Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 3149. A moment later, the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Yang Kai and Lu Yen, there were no other survivors. In the end, not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Yang Kai's murderous ferocity, one of them could not bear the pressure and told Yang Kai the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land back on Tongxian Realm. Later, a group of subordinates from Nine Heavens Holy Land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him, but this time, he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, they had probably returned here with Xia Ningchang. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xia Ningchang choosing Nine Heavens Holy Land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to Lu Yen, and Lu Yen rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yang Kai towards Nine Heavens Holy Land. After Xian Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array core was broken, in another ink spot on Tongxian Realm, a third-order Origin King realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment, he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 Desolate Array, but because of the particularity of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sealing Array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment, the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 Desolate Array core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 Desolate Array core. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai stood up and quickly arrived at a secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously, it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yang Kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xian's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xian to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now, even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xian?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while, but now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xian hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room one after another. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. It could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star territory who presided over the 7-8 Desolation Arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xian had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be, impossible." Another person immediately refuted, "Vice Sect Master Xian is a third-order origin king. Even if we fought alone, we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array Corps, so who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xian should be fine. You old third, you were the closest to the Array Corps. Tell us what you saw just now." Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. "You old third," said in a low voice, a stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble, and then there was no more news from the Array Corps. The secret room became even more silent. "You old third," said, "although it's hard to believe, judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xian might really be." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, then Netherworld Sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time, but who could have such shocking means? "Third Elder, what should we do now?" The third elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath, seemingly having made a difficult decision. "We must cut off all means of retreat." Everyone was startled and someone immediately said, "Third elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xian before making any further plans." "Foolish." The third elder snorted, "This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xian is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid, the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xian under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain." "Third Elder, you mean," the third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. "Moreover, it's time for that hidden chess piece to play its role. At that time, as long as we can subdue that Star Lord, it doesn't matter whether we have the 8 Desolation Array Corps or not. With the Star Lord's power, we might be able to fight that unknown enemy." Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment and understood his plan. You Old Third was the first to agree. "I agree with the third elder's decision." The main reason was that there was no sense of security in continuing to stay in these subformations, so it was better to take a gamble and have a glimmer of hope. Everyone present was an origin king and had lived for many years, so they quickly understood the pros and cons of such a decision. Naturally, no one objected and everyone nodded in agreement. "In that case, everyone go prepare. After a stick of incense worth of time, we will work together to catch them off guard." Everyone nodded and their figures disappeared like flowing water. Soon, only the third elder was left in the secret room, standing in place with his brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart had not dissipated and had instead intensified after he made this decision. Gritting his teeth, the third elder put aside these distracting thoughts and turned around to leave the secret room. At this point, he had no better idea. Yang Kai, who was rushing all the way to Nine Heaven's holy land, frowned as he looked down at the ground below with a gloomy expression. The current situation of Tongxian realm was very unsatisfactory. The world energy aura here was even thinner than when he left all those years ago, and the so-called spirit mountains and rivers had lost their former charm. It was as if all the stars had fallen seriously ill. If things continued like this, even if the Netherworld sect and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star did not wreak havoc, it would not take more than 100 years for the world energy aura here to be completely depleted. At that time, it would be impossible for another cultivator to be born, and the lives of mortals would become more and more difficult until the world energy aura was completely exhausted and the source collapsed, turning the planet into a dead star. Many of the countless dead stars in the territory of Tongxian realm had undergone such a transformation step by step. Perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, these stars were still full of vitality and flourishing, but with the changes of the flowing time great emperor, even the brightest stars would die. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died, and the stars were no exception. The world of the cultivator was greatly affected, not to mention the world of mortals. Natural disasters were constant, and countless people were displaced. There were tragedies everywhere. This time, even if the cultivator on Great Desolate Star was driven away, it would take at least 100 years for Tongxian realm to recover its yuan qi. Even though he had not returned to Tongxian realm for many years, as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he was still very familiar with this land. Thinking that he would be able to see Xia Ningchang and Shuiyu soon, his mood improved a lot. After seeing them to relieve the pain of lovesickness, he would deal with the small fries on Great Desolate Star's territory. Among the 9 peaks, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and the world energy was abundant. Tens of thousands of cultivator had gathered here, but many of them looked worried. This was the last pure land in the entire Tongxian realm. As the Star Master, Xia Ningchang was unable to stop the invasion of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, nor could she stop them from arranging the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array to poison Tongxian realm's world energy, but she could still protect Nine Heavens' Holy Land. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment, in the main hall, there were many people. Led by Meng Wuya an old demon, there was Nine Heavens' Holy Land Saintess and Ling, Elder Qian Ning, Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan, Hu Jiao, and Hu Mei, of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the Palace Master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jia of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Except for a few people he knew in the central capital, the rest were friends he had made in Tongxian realm. In addition to these people, there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jian Xian, was also the son of Gu Yun. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years, he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and An Xing, were by his side. After so many years of tempering, he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength, when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tongxian realm territory, Zi Wuji. Chapter 3150. Back then, the sect master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Zi Wuji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Zi Wuji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Star Field's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year, they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Star Field, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zi Wuji took some of his subordinates to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tongxian realm with Shuiyu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years, the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hangluo Star Field. Since Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. Nine Heavens Holy Land was the last pure land and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years, they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld's sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it, but unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the black qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy and their saint qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought Nine Heavens Holy Land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xia Ningchang would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tongxian realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star that had a Star Master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xia now? Ziwu Ji asked quietly. Gu Jian Xian hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Let's not talk about it. Gu Jian Xian couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuayu taking care of her? Gu Jian Xian nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Ziwu Ji chuckled lightly before continuing, it's just that he's not a man, running away on his own while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jian Xian frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom, so even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jian Xian didn't know if he was unable to come back, or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. Ziwu Ji said sourly, that Sister Xia is both beautiful and intelligent, gentle and quiet. If this Z can win her favor, Brother Z. Gu Jian Xian raised his head and glanced at him sharply, implying a warning. Others may not have known, but Gu Jian Xian was well aware of this. Since the first time Ziwu Ji saw Xia Ningchang, he had been shocked by her beauty and had repeatedly expressed his admiration towards her. Gu Jian Xian simply pretended not to know. Now that they were in a bad situation and Ziwu Ji was a second-order origin king, it wasn't worth it to make such a fuss. It was just that Ziwu Ji's words today had been too blunt. But then again, although that Sister Xia had always been wearing a veil, making it impossible to see her true face, anyone who saw her would still feel a rush of excitement. Shuayu was also an extraordinary woman, but because she had been in a high position for many years, it was inevitable that she would give off an air of arrogance, making others feel a sense of distance. On the other hand, even though Xia Ningchang was a star master and a third-order origin king, she never put on airs and had an extremely gentle temperament. What man would not want such a woman? She was a perfect example of a good wife and mother, and whoever could marry her would have to cultivate 10 lifetimes of good fortune. It was inevitable that Ziwu Ji would fall in love with her. Perhaps, Ziwu Ji also had thoughts of taking advantage of her to ascend. Xia Ningchang was also a star master, so if he could really marry her, breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in the future would not be just wishful thinking. The friendship between Gu Jian Xian and Ziwu Ji was not too deep. Before coming to Tongxian realm, they had not had many dealings, so Gu Jian Xian did not know much about Ziwu Ji's temperament, but at this moment, seeing Ziwuji's rude words, Gu Jianxian had no choice but to give him a warning. Without mentioning anything else, if Ziwuji revealed such intentions in front of others, he would definitely be rejected by Xueyu, Meng Wuya, and the others. Ziwuji also knew that he had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Good fortune, good fortune. It was unknown who he was referring to. At the same time, in a room in the inner hall, Xia Ningchang was lying weakly on the bed, a faint black qi covering her body, as if she was terminally ill. Tongxian realm had been ravaged by the Netherworld sect, and as the Star Master, she had been the most directly affected. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was like a shackle that locked her body, and the 8 spirit arrays were like poisonous boils that constantly eroded her vitality. Her veil had been removed, revealing a face that could captivate all living beings. Her face was pale, causing anyone who saw it to feel distressed. Xueyu sat beside the bed, holding her hand tightly, her heart filled with self-blame. At that time, Water Moon Star had been destroyed and she had no choice but to come to Tongxian realm to seek Xia Ningchang's protection, but now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision. Tongxian realm was located in the periphery of the Star Territory and was not valued by the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was only because she had brought a group of people here that they had attracted their pursuers. If it weren't for her, Tongxian realm would not have been ravaged, and Xia Ningchang would not have suffered such torture. The more she thought about it, the more she felt guilty, wishing she could take his place. The figure of a man appeared in front of her eyes, causing her to grit her teeth and shout in her heart, "Where are you now?" Suddenly, Xia Ningchang, who was lying on the bed, groaned as her delicate brow furrowed and her aura became unstable. Xueyu was startled and quickly raised her hand to press her forehead gently while at the same time pouring her saint qi into her body. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed and her unstable aura stabilized. However, Xueyu did not stop, thinking that something was wrong with her body. Xua. Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes and a bright light bloomed from them. Ningchang! Xueyu called out in surprise. She had not seen Xia Ningchang show such an expression for a long time. In the past few years, she had been sick and even her figure had become thin and weak. What happened? Did the Great Desolate Star Territory finally make a move? Xia Ningchang raised her hand and grabbed Xueyu's arm with all her strength. Her strength was so great that Xueyu felt a trace of pain. Although she was still weak, Xia Ningchang's face was filled with joy. "If you have something to say it slowly." "I'm here," Xueyu quickly comforted. He's here." Xia Ningchang said. "Who's here?" Xueyu asked suspiciously, but as soon as she spoke, she was stunned as an unbelievable thought popped into her mind. Xia Ningchang smiled. "He's here." It was the same sentence, but Xueyu clearly understood the meaning behind it. Her heart suddenly thumped violently as she pursed her lips and said, He's really here?" Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. "I can feel it, he's coming this way. Elder sister, you, go pick him up, but don't let him come to me." After saying this, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep, but a faint energy fluctuation came from her body. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stopped. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth reacted abnormally, flickering with fluorescent light as if countless fireflies were dancing around him. These light dots quickly gathered in the middle, turning into a beautiful, multicolored butterfly that danced around Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his finger. The butterfly immediately fell on his finger. "Little senior sister." Yang Kai looked at the multicolored butterfly and called out softly. It was impossible for this butterfly to appear out of nowhere, so someone must have used some kind of secret technique, but besides Lu Yen, there was no one else around Yang Kai, so besides Xia Ningchang, there was no one else who could do this. It seemed that Xia Ningchang had also noticed his arrival, so she had deliberately given him some instructions, fearing that he would not be able to find them. As the Star Master, it was not surprising that Xia Ning-chang could detect his arrival. She also had the ability to do so. However, why didn't Xia Ning-chang show up in person? Before Yang Kai had time to think about this, the butterfly spread its wings and flew off, heading in the direction of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Its movements were not big, but its speed was extremely fast, seemingly reflecting Xia Ning-chang's urgent mood at the moment. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. In any case, he would be able to see Xia Ning-chang in a short while, and when that time came, everything would become clear. Inside Nine Heaven's Holy Land's main hall, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down after a single person walked out. Meng Wuya hurriedly stood up and looked anxiously at Shuiyu. "Madam Yu, how is Ning-chang now?" He had raised Xia Ning-chang single-handedly and treated her like his own daughter, so now that she was in such a difficult situation, he naturally couldn't sit still. However, Xia Ning-chang's current condition wasn't an ordinary injury or illness, but one that was closely related to the vitality of the entire Tongxian realm. There was simply no medicine that could cure her. Unless all the cultivators in the Grand Desolation star field were driven away and the entire star was properly managed, perhaps after a few dozen or 100 years, when the vitality of the star was restored, Xia Ning-chang would be able to recover. Shuiyu shook her head gently. Meng Wuya immediately knew that the situation was still not optimistic and clapped his hands in annoyance, turning the chair under him into dust. Chapter 3151. Old Demon asked, "Madam Yu, is something the matter?" Seeing Shuiyu's solemn expression carry a trace of excitement as she looked outside the hall, he immediately realized something. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. The 9 peaks were now under the protection of Xia Ning-chang's Star Master, so it was impossible for anyone from Great Desolate Star's territory to force their way in. Shuiyu suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall step by step. When everyone saw this, they exchanged glances with each other before following her outside. In an instant, everyone gathered outside the hall. Meng Wuya glanced at Old Demon, both of them slowly shaking their heads, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the 9 peaks grand array trembled. Meng Wuya's face paled as he said, "An enemy is attacking." Everyone else was also on high alert. Shuiyu raised her hand, "Don't be nervous." As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down and looked up, only to see the grand array rumbling as it opened on its own, not because it had been attacked by an enemy but because it had opened on its own. The method to control this grand array was in Shuiyu's hands, and besides her, only Xia Ning-chang could control it. But now, Shuiyu had not done anything yet. The grand array had opened on its own, so it was obviously Xia Ning-chang's doing. Before they could figure out why Xia Ning-chang would do such a thing, a figure suddenly walked out from the fog. It seemed like there was no movement, but in a few steps, it appeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that no one was able to react. Everyone stared at him, as if a spell had been cast on them, stupefied. Only Shuiyu quietly stared at Yang Kai, a complex mix of love and hate flashing in her eyes as they gradually turned red. Yang Kai smiled at her, and Shuiyu could no longer hold back her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Even though this man had disappeared without a trace for several decades, he still appeared in front of her at the most critical moment. In an instant, she had found someone to rely on and was no longer as restless as before, calming down a lot. "Young master." Old Demon's lips trembled with excitement. "Subordinates greet Holy Master." Ling, Qian Ning, and the others also recovered and stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon clans Li Rong and Han Fei also quickly saluted. Yang Kai, Hu Jiao and her sister covered their red lips as they cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at him. They had never before seen him here, as if they were dreaming. Ziwu Ji asked in amazement, "Little brother Gu, could this person be the sect master of Shadowed Star?" Gu Jianxian replied solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the simple sword in his bosom had actually transmitted a sense of fear, causing him to be unable to even raise his fighting spirit when he looked at Yang Kai. As a sword cultivator, this was basically impossible. A sword cultivator's heart was firm, and when they encountered a strong opponent, their first thought was to fight and temper their sword cultivation. However, when he saw Yang Kai, his own sword was actually warning him, as if it was telling him that no matter what, he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just how high was his cultivation? Even his spirit sword felt fear. Ziwu Ji heard this and was startled, so it was him. It turned out to be him. Back then, Yang Kai had acted presumptuously on Purple Star's home star and even killed several Purple Star masters. Later, Purple Star confirmed that both Zilong and his son had died at Yang Kai's hands, so the hatred between them was absolutely irreconcilable. However, this was the first time Ziwu Ji had seen Yang Kai, so naturally he did not recognize him. What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now, Ziwu Ji needed to rely on Xia Ningchang's protection to survive, so how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Xueyu, stretched out his hand, and wiped her tears, saying softly, "Don't cry, I'm back." The tears in her eyes stopped and Xueyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her as she reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger, so he simply waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. "Where's Ning Chang?" Yang Kai looked at Xueyu and asked. Xia Ningchang had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Xueyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly as all his expectations collapsed and his heart sank, as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. "Come with me," Xueyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tongxian realm and Xia Ningchang. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xia Ningchang, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold, as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly, she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xia Ningchang could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment, he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute, but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl, there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. "She probably doesn't want to see you." Outside the inner hall, Xueyu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him, not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuayu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuayu shook her head. "Ning Chang is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in." Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand, and knocked gently, calling out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xia Ning Chang's aura, but it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time, his murderous intent soared. Xia Ning Chang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star on Tongxian Realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. "If you're at home, please open the door." Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued, "Ning Chang, I'm back, can you see me? Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away, I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have the heart to shut me out?" Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuayu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xia Ning Chang was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. "All right then, Ning Chang, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you." Turning around, he winked at Shuayu. Shuayu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuayu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xia Ning Chang up from the bed. His hand touched Xia Ning Chang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kai Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to this, because at this moment, Xia Ning Chang was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian Realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, it was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xia Ning Chang's vitality, making the black qi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xia Ning Chang's fate would be sealed. Chapter 3152. Ning Chang. Shuayu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xia Ning Chang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands, and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation, so although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his emperor qi had not changed much. Emperor qi was 2 levels higher than source qi and saint qi, so pouring it into Xia Ningchang's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xia Ningchang's body slowed down significantly and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xia Ningchang's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory who had tampered with Tongxian realm. If Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Yin Qi spirit arrays. Tongxian realm was closely related to Xia Ningchang, so if he wanted to solve Xia Ningchang's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Tongxian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there, but the premise was that he had to stabilize Xia Ningchang's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Tongxian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xia Ningchang's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Shuiyu. Take out some pills and give them to her. Shuiyu caught them, opened the caps, and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xia Ningchang's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth before pressing her hand on her chest and slowly guiding her saint qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. However, the effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Dao source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many emperor pills on hand, but with Xia Ningchang's cultivation, he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice, but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them, but at this moment, they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xia Ningchang's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xia Ningchang could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently patted her back, causing the two things to roll into his stomach. Pushing his emperor qi slightly, Yang Kai felt as if he was holding a delicate porcelain, his movements extremely gentle. Any moment of carelessness could cause Xia Ningchang, who was in his arms, to suffer an accident. The leaf and sap of the immortal tree slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills she had taken before also spread out. A faint green light suddenly bloomed from Xia Ningchang's body and merged with the black qi, diluting it. Seeing this, Shuiyu wept with joy. Although she did not know what method Yang Kai had used or what he had given Xia Ningchang, the scene before her undoubtedly showed that Xia Ningchang was getting better. Sure enough, it was impossible to live without a man at home. Shuiyu could not help much at the moment, so she could only constantly call out Xia Ningchang's name, hoping to wake her up. The green light gradually became stronger, and the exhausted vitality gradually recovered. The black qi that shrouded Xia Ningchang's body was suppressed, and the two colors intertwined on her body, gradually reaching a balance. The effects of the immortal tree were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they would still be alive and kicking at this moment, but Xia Ningchang's situation was different. The root of the problem was that the immortal tree had not been able to solve the root of the problem. With a moan, Xia Ningchang's eyelashes trembled. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened to a slit. Shuaiyu whispered, Ningchang, Ningchang. You. Elder sister. Xia Ningchang's eyes were a little dazed, but after seeing Shuaiyu's appearance, her mind gradually returned to normal. But soon, she felt herself lying in a spacious and comfortable embrace, and her mouth and nose were filled with a longing scent. Leaning her head back and resting it on Yang Kai's shoulder, Xia Ningchang looked at the side of his face and smiled bitterly, junior brother. She did not want to see him, but in the end, he still saw her like this, so it must be very, very ugly. Call me husband. Yang Kai gently touched her with his forehead. Xia Ningchang's pale face turned slightly red, but it disappeared in a flash as she lowered her head and softly called out. Yang Kai laughed, it's fine if Su Yan calls me junior brother, but everyone can't call me that. For better or worse, this husband is the head of the family, where will I put my face in the future? He turned his head to look at Shuaiyu and asked, what about you? Shuaiyu shyly said, you save Ningchang first. Xia Ningchang said, I feel much better. After a few words, her complexion improved a lot, and even her voice became louder. She no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Wrapped in the green light, her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She wished she could lie in this man's arms until the end of time. Shuaiyu angrily said, Ningchang, how can you be like this? Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled. Shuaiyu said, husband. She stared at Yang Kai with an expression that said, are you satisfied now? A person flashed through the door. It was Meng Wuya, and his face was full of anxiety. He and the others had been outside the hall before, so they did not know what had happened here. Now that he saw Xia Ningchang lying in Yang Kai's arms with a shy expression and Shuaiyu smiling again, he inexplicably relaxed. The haze that had been suppressing in his heart for a long time was swept away. Looking at each other, Yang Kai and Shuaiyu immediately understood. Putting Xia Ningchang down again, Yang Kai said, lie down properly. Wait for your husband to go kill some people and help you vent your anger. As he turned around, his clothes were pulled. Xia Ningchang was lying on the bed looking at him with a frightened expression. Her eyes made his heart ache. She was afraid that Yang Kai would leave and never come back like last time. She was afraid that everything just now was just a dream. If that was the case, she would rather not vent her anger. She would rather have him stay by her side than leave her. Yang Kai patted her hand and said, don't worry, I will be back soon. This way, you can count to 100 and I will reappear in front of you. What if I don't come back? Xia Ningchang asked. I will definitely come back. Xia Ningchang nodded gently, loosened her hand, and closed her eyes. Yang Kai gave Shuaiyu and Meng Wuya a look, and they stepped out. Lu Yen stood outside the door and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and said, stay here and look after her. Lu Yen nodded obediently. Meng Wuya frowned slightly. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked a little girl to stay here, and he didn't even understand the relationship between the two. Could it be that she was Yang Kai's daughter? It had to be said that Lu Yan's image could easily lead to such misunderstandings. But even if she was Yang Kai's daughter, there was no trace of cultivation on her, so what could she do by staying here? After a while, they stepped into the outer hall. Meng Wuya said anxiously, that group of bastards seems to be escaping from Great Desolate Star's territory. Young boy, tell me what to do. It was because he noticed that the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was fleeing that he hurriedly went to find Yang Kai to discuss countermeasures. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside the hall. A group of people were looking up. Following their gazes, Yang Kai immediately saw streams of light flying out from all directions, escaping into the star field. There was no lack of huge star ships among them. Sure enough, as Meng Wuya said, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was escaping Tongxian realm. Yang Kai sneered. Escape? Where can you escape to? He had planned to deal with the cultivators on Great Desolate Star after meeting with Xia Ningchang and Shuiyu, but he hadn't expected them to flee like birds startled by the twang of a bow. But do you think you can escape death like this? Little senior sister's pain will be repaid 100 times, 1,000 times over. Everyone looked at him. Although he had just returned, when he stood here, he was everyone's backbone. Stretching out his hand, he pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, "Entangle them, no need to fight, just don't let them escape easily." Everyone was shaken when they heard this and agreed in unison. Wait, suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see that the person who spoke was the current leader of Purple Star, Ziwuji. Yang Kai glanced at him and frowned slightly. He didn't know him. "Greetings, big brother Yang." This one, Yang Kai interrupted him, "If you have something to say, say it quickly." A trace of displeasure flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order Origin King realm several dozen years ago and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious. Whether it was Shuiyu, Xia Ningchang, Meng Wuya, or the others, all of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yang Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, "Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order Origin Kings, and now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just the few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den." Chapter 3153. What's more, they are already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I ask Brother Yang to reconsider. Are you done? Yang Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Entangle them for me." "You." Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Star Field, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yang Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yang Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart, "Since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness." But soon, he was stunned. Because as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya and Old Demon followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwu Ji's face was blank. Yang Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent his knees, bowed, and shot out, disappearing in an instant. Brother Z, let's also go help them, Gu Jianxian suddenly said. Ziwu Ji turned to look at him. Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy? Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jianxian had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yang Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jianxian over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jianxian would act so unwisely. Gu Jianxian smiled. If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive. The quaint longsword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight and release the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivators specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not, at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Ziwu Ji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone, so he could only call out to the Purple Star cultivator to rush forward while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall and the entire Nine Heavens holy land fell silent. Little senior sister, thank you. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. He did not intercept the cultivator on Great Desolate Star because he had more important things to do at this moment, which was to deal with the 7-8 Desolation Spirit Arrays. These 7 spirit arrays were like 7 malignant tumors growing on Tongxian realm. If they were not removed, they would erode the vitality of Tongxian realm and Xia Ningchang. Even though Yang Kai had stabilized Xia Ningchang's situation with the leaves and sap of the immortal tree, these 7 spirit arrays still needed to be dealt with first. Yang Kai wanted to rush to the location of these 7 spirit arrays as quickly as possible, but while he was flying, his body suddenly became light and he appeared here, teleporting hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was obviously the work of Xia Ningchang. She was the Star Master of Tongxian realm, so it was not a problem for her to teleport a person here. Although she was still recuperating in her room at this moment, she obviously realized Yang Kai's plan, so she decided to help Yang Kai with the power of the Star Master. This was also her way of saving herself. Down below was one of the 7 black dots. Logically speaking, the situation should be no different from the largest black dot that Yang Kai had destroyed before, but at this moment, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star seemed to have done something, causing the black dot to spread wildly in all directions. The huge black dot was constantly devouring the surrounding land, and an extremely uncomfortable aura was being emitted from it, as if it was connected to the underworld and purgatory. Boundless fist shadows slammed down and rushed into the black dot. In an instant, black chi tumbled, like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, causing an unpredictable chain reaction. The expansion of the huge black dot suddenly stopped, followed by a violent explosion, and a black halo shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai withdrew his fist, took a deep breath, and looked down. The black dot was no longer in shape. Although it had expanded a lot, its color had dimmed. No matter what the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Domain had done before they left to make this 8 Desolation subformation erupt with such power, it was still a spirit array. As long as this spirit array was broken, these black dots would no longer be a threat. As time passed, the heaven and earth aura would assimilate and nourish them, and these black clouds would disappear one day. Without waiting for Kai Yang to look around, his body suddenly became light again, as if he was being held by an invisible hand. When that invisible hand put him down, he was already in another place, and below him was another black dot that was rapidly spreading in all directions. Yang Kai did the same. Next. Little senior sister, don't tire yourself out. If you feel any discomfort, don't force yourself. Junior brother's cultivation is heaven-defying now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to travel quickly. Right, I forgot to tell you, Su Yan is fine. I've brought her back. She's probably with Ah Luo now. When this matter is resolved, we'll return to Shadowed Star together. When the time comes, we'll be reunited and have a good chat. Again and again, Yang Kai kept talking to himself. Although he did not get any response, he knew that Xia Ningchang had been paying attention to him and was helping him at the critical moment. Such help undoubtedly saved him a lot of time on the road. Although Tongxian realm was not too big, in his current situation, it would still take him some time to deal with the 7 black dots. With the help of the Star Master, all of this became simple. However, this was a bit of a burden for Xia Ningchang. Her condition had just stabilized, so it was not appropriate for her to use too much strength. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the 7 black dots were removed and the 7 spirit arrays were destroyed. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Good, little senior sister, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. A breeze blew past, and something seemed to leave Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai knew that Xia Ningchang had been paying attention to him. Yang Kai looked up and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a sword, no longer as gentle as before. High up in the sky, above the clouds, blood and corpses were thrown down as one figure after another was entangled in a fierce battle. Although the forces gathered by 9 Heavens Holy Land were not weak, compared to the lineup on Great Desolate Star's territory, it was not as good as the one on Great Desolate Star's side, so it quickly fell into a disadvantage. On Great Desolate Star's side, there were as many as 4 third-order origin kings. If Xian Xianming, who was killed by Yang Kai, was included, there were 5. Although most of them had just broken through, third-order origin kings were still third-order origin kings, so how could they be so easy to deal with? Shuiyu alone was entangled with one person, the Netherworld sect's 3rd elder. Among all the masters on Great Desolate Star's territory, this person was the strongest. Both were third-order origin kings, but Shuiyu was full of vitality while the 3rd elder was old and vigorous. For a time, they were evenly matched, and with the power of their artifacts and secret techniques, neither side could do anything to the other. The strongest against the strongest, this was the best way to deal with this situation. Otherwise, if the 3rd elder were to take action, no one on 9 Heavens Holy Land side would be able to resist. Meng Wuya and the old demon were each entangled with a powerful enemy, but they were both being beaten into a corner. In a short time, both Meng Wuya and the old demon had suffered some minor injuries. Facing the methods of these third-order origin kings, they could only engage in a roundabout battle, unable to engage in a direct confrontation. Hu Jiao and her sister's sword harmonization technique, and although they were both only first-order origin kings, their situation was much better than Meng Wuya and the old demons. 2 blue and purple sword lights crisscrossed and weaved into a huge sword net that enveloped the last third-order origin king on Great Desolate Star's territory, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Rong, Han Fei, Gu Jian Xian and his 2 sword servants, Qian Ning, and An Ling, all of them were fighting fiercely, keeping Yang Kai's orders in mind and entangling their enemies, not allowing them to escape easily. Since you dare chase after us, I'll make you all die. The 3rd elder forced Shuiyu back with a palm strike before laughing loudly and quickly retreating. The other masters on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents, one of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao and the old demon to pull his companion out. Third Elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the dozen or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. And now, it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight, but Third Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 desolate array core and killed the vice sect master? Oh no! Meng Wuxia shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 3154. Starships had always been a powerful weapon for attacking cities, and crystal cannons were even more powerful. How much damage could a dozen starships and hundreds of crystal cannons display? Even Netherworld Sect's Third Elder could not easily predict. The only thing he was certain of was that Nine Heavens Holy Land could not stop them. Xueyu and the others could not stop them, but they had no choice because behind them was Nine Heavens Holy Land and Tongxian Realm. If they avoided these attacks, it would be Nine Heavens Holy Land and Xia Ning Chang who would be attacked. Xia Ning Chang's situation had only just stabilized, so if he were to be shot by these hundreds of crystal cannons, it would only make things worse. Xueyu's figure flickered, her long hair fluttering behind her as she stood high up in the sky. One by one, figures gathered around her, forming an impenetrable defense around her. Third Elder was overjoyed and shouted, "Since you don't want to hide, you can all die." Waving his hand, he ordered the cannons to fire. The light from the crystal cannons was extremely dazzling as the energy they released reached its peak. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The expected scene of crystal cannons firing together and destroying the world did not appear. Instead, an aura so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate rapidly approached from behind. The Third Elder suddenly turned his head, and then his eyes started to tremble. He saw a young man with fluttering black hair rush out from the side and crash into the dozen or so starships on Great Desolate Star's territory alone. Compared to the huge starships, this person's figure was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, filled with a tragic and resolute aura. However, when this person hit the starships, the defenses of the starships themselves were like paper to him. The Third Elder casually waved his fist, and a huge hole appeared on the side of a battleship. With a violent sound, sparks flew in all directions, and miserable cries could be heard from the inside as life was extinguished one by one. In the blink of an eye, this young man rushed out from the other side of the starship and headed straight for the second one. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, piercing through one Origin King-grade starship after another with unparalleled momentum. Hong hong hong, every battleship was emitting explosive sounds. By the time he rushed out of the last battleship, none of the dozen or so battleships were intact. The crystal cannons that were originally shining with dazzling light had become extremely unstable at this moment, their light flickering. Rumble, one of the battleships suddenly exploded, engulfed by the flames. The gigantic body of the battleship collapsed, emitting creaking sounds as it slowly fell downwards. Another battleship was engulfed in flames, the third ship, the fourth ship. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen warships were wiped out. All the cultivators on the territory of the Great Desolate Star were scared out of their wits. A chill ran down their spines from head to toe. They felt chills all over their bodies, and their hands and feet were icy cold. Everyone looked at the young man with fear in their eyes. What kind of person was this? He had actually destroyed a dozen warships so easily. Was this still something that could be done by a human? A thought flashed through the third elder's mind as he cried out involuntarily, "It's you." He had been wondering who had broken the 8 Desolation Array Corps and who had killed the vice-sect leader Xin Xianming. It was not until now that he had seen this shocking method that he was suddenly enlightened. It's him. It was definitely him. There was no one else who had the ability to destroy the 8 Desolation Array Corps and kill the vice-sect leader. Who was this? How could he be so powerful? Xueyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that even if she had to die here, she would not let those crystal cannons hit Tongxian realm. She had not expected that he would arrive at the critical moment, instantly giving her someone to rely on. These ups and downs made her heart tumble, and a proud look appeared on her face. This is the man I chose. Gu Jian Xian looked absent-minded, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. No wonder my long sword gave me a warning. Has this guy become so strong? When they first met, his cultivation was not even as high as his own. Although Gu Jian Xian knew that he had a promising future, he did not expect him to be so far ahead of him in just a few decades. He had left Gu Jian Xian in the dust. What is his cultivation now? Is it comparable to the legendary great emperors of Starfield? No wonder he asked me and the others to entangle the cultivator on the great desolate star territory. With the strength he has shown so far, even if everyone on the great desolate star territory swarmed him together, they would not be his opponent. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse because of the arrival of one person. Many of the cultivator on the great desolate star territory turned ashen. Facing this young man, they did not even have the courage to fight. Kill. Yang Kai coldly spat out a word. When he spoke, he was still in the same place, but when his voice fell, he had already appeared on the other side. The third elder only saw a vague shadow pass through his camp, and before he could react, the other party had calmly left. The third elder was startled and instinctively felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Chi, there was a strange sound, and many of the cultivator on the great desolate star territory looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a scene that made them tremble in fear. A headless corpse was standing in the air, blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. The corpse still maintained a defensive posture, but its head was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head stiffly, the third elder saw the corpse's head, but at this moment, it was being held in the hand of the young man who had suddenly appeared. The expression on its face was blank, as if it did not understand what had happened even after its death. That was a third-order origin king. The master who had just fought with Meng Wuxia and beaten him into a pulp was now directly beheaded by Yang Kai. No one saw clearly how he did it. Kill. Xueyu shouted, the anger and resentment she had accumulated over the years, and even the guilt she felt towards Xia Ningchang all erupted at this moment, turning into thick murderous intent as she took the lead and rushed towards the cultivator on the great desolate star territory. How could the rest of the cultivators hesitate? After witnessing Yang Kai's methods with their own eyes, they immediately knew that there was no possibility of losing today's battle, so all of them used their movement skills and leapt out. The battle began again, but the situation had been reversed. The cultivators on the great desolate star territory were deterred by Yang Kai's power and had lost all will to fight, while Nine Heaven's holy land charged forward with unparalleled anger. The result of this battle was already decided from the very beginning. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. Xia Ningchang's torture was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, so how could he not collect some interest? Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Yang Kai pounced towards the third-order origin kings, sending out a series of palm strikes and punches. These third-order origin kings, who were usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant, exploded into blood mists one after another, completely unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, only the third elder remained. The third elder looked around in horror, not knowing that he had already lost. This person's strength was something he had never seen before, and no one in the Starry Sky territory was his opponent. In a flash, his opponent had already arrived in front of him, only half a meter away. Before he could withdraw, the third elder was grabbed by the neck and lifted high up. He was unable to circulate his Saint Chi at all, and even his bones felt like they were being crushed. Only when facing this person personally did the third elder fully understand the horror of this person. When I wasn't at home, you were quite happy. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he exerted a little force in his hand, ending the third elder's life. Wait! The third elder shouted with a red face. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If you have any last words, speak quickly. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance. The third elder, on the other hand, shouted fiercely, let me go, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. The third elder coldly said, your Star Master. Don't you want to go back and see how she's doing? If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been captured by now. Activating the 7-8 desolation arrays and luring the snake out of its hole was just one of his preparations. He also had a second one, which was to deal with Xia Ning Chang. 9 Heaven's Holy Lands masters had all been dispatched, so at this moment, their defenses were practically non-existent, so there was no possibility of failure in this plan. Unfortunately, before he had time to use this trump card, he was the only third-order origin king left on his side. In his heart, he cursed Yang Kai for acting so decisively and ruthlessly. He had only wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but who knew he would end up attracting a man-eating tiger instead? Really? Yang Kai tilted his head. You can go and confirm it. My Netherworld sect has fallen today, so this old master doesn't ask for anything else. If you let me live, I'll spare your Star Master. Idiot. Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and separated the third elder's head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head that flew into the air had a look of disbelief on its face, as if it still couldn't figure out what was going on with Yang Kai. I've already told him the truth, doesn't he need to confirm it? His thoughts were cut off and he fell into eternal darkness. Yang Kai stood mid-air and swept his eyes over everyone, curling his lips as he muttered, sure enough, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered Long Tianshang's warning before he lost his mind. It seemed that Long Tianshang had learned some secrets before he was refined into a heavenly corpse. Glancing at 9 Heaven's Holy Land below, Yang Kai raised his brow, forget it, I'll go back later. He was not worried about Xia Ning Chang's safety at all. This third elder had calculated everything, but he would never have imagined that Lu Yen was guarding Xia Ning Chang. With little Lu Yen here, who could hurt Xia Ning Chang? Yang Kai attacked again, his figure shuttling through the void, killing one master after another from Great Desolate Star's territory. Many people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but how could Xueyu and the others let them escape so easily? They all used various methods to intercept. Coupled with the fact that the number of masters on Great Desolate Star's territory was decreasing as the battle went on, it soon became a massacre. After just half an hour, the battle was over. None of the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory survived, and all of them were killed. As for 9 Heaven's Holy Land side, except for those who died when they tried to intercept them at the beginning, after Yang Kai came to support them, no one was injured. Most people were covered in blood, some of their own, some of their enemies, all of them gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Yang, filled with admiration and amazement. Everyone was very curious, just how strong had he become? Today's battle seemed to be just a casual move, not his full strength at all. Chapter 3155. Just as the cultivators of 9 heavens holy land and the cultivator on great desolate star were engaged in a decisive battle above the clouds, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the empty 9 heavens holy land. This figure wore a purple robe, giving off an aura of incomparable magnificence. Wuxia. He did not follow Gu Jianxian out and instead returned to 9 heavens holy land after fainting with his spear. Gu Jianxian and the others were focused on fighting the enemy, so how could they pay attention to his small movements? Although the Holy Land was under the protection of Xia Ningchang and outsiders could not invade, Wuxia was still one of them, so the impregnable defenses of the Holy Land were nothing to him. Wuxia returned to the main hall with ease, muttering under his breath as if he was cursing something, his face filled with hatred and resentment. A moment ago, he had received a secret order that put him in a difficult position, but for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to go all out. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to get close to Xia Ningchang, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wuxia carefully approached the inner hall while trying to conceal his aura. He knew that in the eyes of a star master, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts, especially when he was so close to her. However, the premise was that the Star Master was in good condition and had the strength to perceive the situation around her. Xia Ningchang's condition was very bad, getting worse and worse with each passing day. Wuxia had confirmed this with Gu Jianxian earlier, so even though he was a little nervous, he still had some confidence he would succeed. After crossing the inner hall, Wuxia soon arrived at a room not far from the main hall, and after turning a corner, he was overjoyed. The door of this room was open, and there was no trace of any spirit array. The heavens are really helping me. Before he could rejoice though, a burst of crisp and pleasant laughter suddenly reached his ears. Wuxia was taken aback and froze in place. Because he recognized that this laughter belonged to Xia Ningchang, and although she was still quite weak, she was obviously not as bad as he had imagined. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be lying in bed and not even have the strength to speak? How could she still laugh? Then who is the one who is laughing with her? In an instant, Wuxia decided to retreat. Although he could not disobey these orders, if his life was in danger, he had to consider whether he should carry them out. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the identity of the person who had spoken to Xia Ningchang. That 7 or 8-year-old girl. She was the only one who didn't leave out of all the people who came in earlier. It seemed that it was her. Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a false alarm. If it was that little girl, there was no need to worry too much. The only thing he had to worry about now was Xia Ningchang's condition. If he had the strength to laugh, would he have the strength to mobilize the power of the stars? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not a match for him. Just as he was hesitating, Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly rang out, "Come in if you have something to say." "Why are you hiding outside? Cough, cough, what are you doing?" He had been discovered. Wuxia was startled at first, but his mood quickly calmed down. Since Xia Ningchang was not unconscious, it was natural for her to discover him. After all, he was so close to her. Moreover, listening to her voice, he could tell she was really weak. After struggling for a moment, Wuxia immediately made up his mind and no longer concealed himself, hurriedly rushing towards the room while shouting, "Sister Xia, something bad has happened." As he rushed into the room, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's face changed and she could not help straightening her body from the bed as she asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Wuxia said bitterly, "Brother Yang, Ha!" He beat his chest and stamped his feet, deliberately tantalizing the other party. Even though Xia Ningchang had doubts in her heart, she could not help turning pale and focusing her divine sense on the battlefield above the clouds. At that moment, Wuxia suddenly launched an attack, purple light flashing from his palms as he sent them towards Xia Ningchang, unable to bear it any longer and saying, "Young Lady Xia, please don't blame me, this Z was forced to do this, but you can rest assured that I won't take your life, it's just..." Before he could finish his words though, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because a small figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring at him quietly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at a stone or a lump of dirt. This caused Zi Wuji's heart to palpitate uneasily. "Scram!" Zi Wuji shouted. Since he had already taken action, he would not turn back. This little girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I'll start with you. Sending out a palm towards Lu Yan's head. As his palm landed, Zi Wuji passed by Lu Yan, but when he turned his head to look at her in shock, his eyes trembled. She was completely unscathed. This delicate little girl was actually completely fine after being hit by his full force. She still stood there quietly, and her figure didn't even sway in the slightest. A creepy feeling grew in his heart. Did I make a mistake? Before he could figure it out though, a fire snake wrapped around him and tied him up. So, when Yang Kai finished dealing with the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory and returned here, he saw Zi Wuji tied up in a corner, shivering. The fire snake flicked its forked tongue in a ferocious manner, and although its flames were tumbling, it did not release any scorching aura, otherwise, Zi Wuji would have been burned to ashes. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai glanced at him, seemingly having expected this. Although Third Elder's words had not been clear, how could he not have guessed what was going on? Sweeping his eyes over the battlefield, Yang Kai guessed the meaning of Third Elder's words. Lu Yan tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed to herself, indicating that this was her work, and then put on a "praise me" expression. Yang Kai rubbed her little head and said, "Well done." Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. "Oh, little senior sister, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down." Yang Kai walked over to the bed and helped Xia Ning Chang lie down. Xia Ning Chang showed a smile and said, "I'm fine." With the nourishment of the immortal tree's essence, Yang Kai had broken the 7-8 desolate subarrays and prevented the spread of the ink spot poison. She felt much better than before. She should have been recuperating, but she was very curious about Yang Kai's experiences outside over the years, so she sat up and pulled Lu Yan to talk to her. Lu Yan also sympathized with her and only talked about some of the interesting things Yang Kai had experienced outside, not mentioning the dangers he had faced over the years, which naturally made Xia Ning Chang laugh. "Have you counted to 100? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Xia Ning Chang said, "Not yet." How could she really count? She was only focused on chatting with Lu Yan. Yang Kai laughed, "It seems that I didn't break my promise." While talking, Shuiyu also walked in from the outside, and when she saw Zi Wuji, she was startled and asked, "What happened?" Zi Wuji cried and begged, "Sister Yu, save me." Shuiyu frowned as she looked at him, then at Xia Ning Chang. Although she didn't know the cause and effect, with her intelligence, she quickly guessed what had happened and her pretty face suddenly sank. "How dare you do this?" Before this, there had been no warning at all. It wasn't that Zi Wuji had hidden himself well, but that in the past few years, coupled with his identity, no one had expected him to seek refuge on Great Desolate Star's territory. But now that she thought about it, this person did seem to have some suspicions in the past few years. "I didn't mean to, I was forced to do this." Zi Wuji showed a bitter expression. "It's just a simple barrier." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Kai had not carefully examined Zi Wuji before, but now that there was a problem, he immediately discovered that there was a very hidden barrier on Zi Wuji's body. The person who had placed this barrier was very skilled, and with the level of the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, it would be impossible to find any clues without a close and careful investigation. Moreover, this barrier had been planted for at least 7 or 8 years. It seemed that when Purple Star was broken, this barrier had already been planted. Ziwu Ji said, "If possible, how could I do such an unjust thing? Sister Xia has protected me for so many years, this Z is extremely grateful, but this barrier is difficult to break. This Z has tried for many years but still failed. If I were to be discovered, I would be tortured." If a ray of light suddenly shot out, interrupting his words. Ziwu Ji's face filled with shock as he thought Yang Kai was going to kill him, but after this light entered his body, he immediately felt his body lighten, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With a thought, Ziwu Ji stared at Yang Kai in horror. The barrier planted by a master on Great Desolate Star's territory had actually disappeared. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Ziwu Ji couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Instead, a deep sense of regret washed over him like a tide as he thought to himself that if he had told Yang Kai about his situation before, he would have already regained his freedom. And now? Ziwu Ji's lips moved, but no sound came out, only bitterness filling his mouth. "Kill him," Yang Kai said coldly. "No, let me go," Ziwu Ji screamed in horror. Lu Yan's thoughts flashed and the fire snake wrapped around Ziwu Ji immediately came to life, releasing a scorching aura. "Wait," Yang Kai said again before winking at Lu Yan, "throw him out and kill him, don't dirty this place." Lu Yan nodded, controlled the fire snake, and flew out with Ziwu Ji. A moment later, a scream came from afar. Shuayu shook her head and sighed. This was a true case of refusing to walk the road to heaven and barging into the gates of hell. Even though the overall situation was already set, he still insisted on seeking his own death. Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. "Little senior sister, you should rest." Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here with you, I won't go anywhere." Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuayu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuayu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yan pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Chapter 3156. First, he met Su Yen by chance in the ancestral territory, then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war, then went to Monster Star to help Shan Qing Luo. Now, the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xia Ningchang had been suffering for many years while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens' holy land. When Shuayu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shuayu was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shuayu's red lips. Shuayu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ning Chang's problem, don't even think about touching me. Although Tongxian realm had been pacified and the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory had been beheaded, the damage Xia Ningchang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to restore her vitality and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, as long as Tongxian realm was not restored, Xia Ningchang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. It will take decades or even 100 years. Can you afford to wait? Shuiyu snorted, I don't mind, I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shuiyu said, You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and a Luo. Yang Kai's face fell. Why do you have to do this? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shuiyu and Su Yan's Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them. No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shuiyu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, Ning Chang is like this now, it's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ning Chang recover quickly. Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now. Shuiyu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. Ning Chang won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her. But, no buts, Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head, but you really did give me a difficult problem. Solving Xia Ningchang's problem wasn't so simple, but even if Shuiyu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xia Ningchang, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xia Ningchang. Husband, you don't have a way? Shuiyu asked with a sad expression. I was thinking. Yang Kai hesitated. I thought of something. Shuiyu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. If I do well, will there be a reward? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shuiyu's face reddened, and she lowered her head and whispered, You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chang is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable. She pouted, Then what kind of reward do you want? Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shuiyu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shuiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ningchang slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The 2 auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems, the only thing she needed to worry about now was Tongxian realm. However, over the past few days, Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up, so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shuiyu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yen squatting beside him. After greeting her, the two of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago, they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. "How is Ning Chang?" Meng Wuya asked. "Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time, her situation will get better and better." Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for your help over the years." Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, "Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders." Yang Kai said seriously, "Although Tongxian Realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future. When the day comes that all the enemies in Tongxian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Tongxian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. "So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate, perhaps. We will soon begin a new expedition." Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star, and Shadowed Star. 1 month, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. 9 Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yen, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded this space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head, and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang. Yuqin, are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary, in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before, her small face flushed as she nodded. "Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close." "Where are your parents now?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, "They are in the city." Saying so, she pouted, "They are ignoring me." Yang Kai laughed, "They are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey." Lu Yuqin snorted, "They stick together all day long, so annoying." Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this, so how could she blame them? "Okay, you cultivate carefully, I will go find your parents." Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Water Moon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Water Moon Star was important to Yang Kai. But things here were simply meaningless to him, so he would rather go sightseeing with Sanyang. The origin kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Water Moon Star. These masters were originally from Water Moon Star or Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years, they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 3157. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here, so who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance, he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused though, a gust of wind blew past him and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise, "Brother Yang." Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, He Yunxiang, and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. He Yunxiang was only a third-order origin king, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining three, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, or Ruan Baiting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, origin kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Water Moon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shuiyu's husband, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the Master of Shadowed Star, any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed, they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Water Moon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now, it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations. This cultivation star has been recovered and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Thank you for your hard work. And I came here this time because I have something to ask of you." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request." Yang Kai twisted his fingers. "Lend me some money." Li Jiao was stunned. "Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary." Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai, "Only these." Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge sum of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. "I have some here." Lu Sanyang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yang Kai did not mind and took them all. Ruanbai, Ting and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yang Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Even though he had a lot on hand, for his next plan, the more source crystals the better. No matter how much he had, it would never be enough. "May I ask, Brother Li, have you dabbled in the Tao of Spirit Arrays?" Yang Kai put away the source crystals and asked. Li Jiao said, "I'm not a master, but I know a thing or two." "Good, come with me." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his arm before leading him out. Li Jiao was speechless. He did not know why Yang Kai was in such a hurry, but he did not resist and simply signaled to Lu Sanyang, telling her to wait here. Through the space array, Yang Kai and Li Jiao returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. "Come." Yang Kai leapt into the air. Li Jiao followed closely behind. After a short while, the two flew 1,000 kilometers up in the sky. Yang Kai pointed down and said, "Brother Li, take a look." Hearing this, Li Jiao looked down and couldn't help frowning. Looking around, the entire Tongxian realm seemed to be wrapped in an uncomfortable aura, and on the surface of this cultivation star, there were many obvious traces of poison. "Brother Yang, what do you want me to do?" Li Jiao vaguely understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai asked, "Is there any spirit array that can quickly restore this cultivation star's yuan qi?" Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, "This Li knows a kind of spirit array called the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. It may be of some help to Brother Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to arrange the Profound Heaven Spirit Array." Li Jiao said, "The Profound Sky Spirit Array is divided into a few types, namely the 18 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 36 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 72 Profound Sky Spirit Array, and the highest level is the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. The resources required for each type are greatly different, and the requirements for setting it up will also increase with each level, but the effects will also become better and better. If this was the star boundary, this Li would be able to easily set up the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array, but here, I can help." Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself and said, "Brother Yang, you also know that this world rejects higher-level powers. We need to suppress our cultivation in order to move around here, but isn't it the same for spirit arrays? The Profound Heaven Spirit Array's existence already surpasses this world, so I'm afraid that even if I arrange it, it will still be useless. What if we can obtain the help of the Star Master? This cultivation star has a Star Master?" Li Jiao was greatly surprised. This cultivation star was in tatters, and its world energy was dried up. Even if it had a Star Master, it was likely that he was already beyond cure, so he didn't even think about this before. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he suddenly realized something. Yang Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's yuan qi, so he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that Star Master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, "If we can obtain the help of the Star Master, then this matter is very promising." The Star Master was the master of this world, so even if the Profound Heaven Spirit Array was rejected by this world, the Star Master could eliminate this rejection and allow the Spirit Array to operate. Then what kind of Profound Heaven Spirit Array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange? Naturally, it would be the best. Li Jiao said in surprise, "The amount of materials required is not a small number. 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array, even the Fire Dragon Palace might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane. Yang Kai resolutely said, at all costs. Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Yang Kai had killed and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Yang Kai back then, otherwise, the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked. If it's not enough, I still have an ore load on hand. It's enough, Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Li. If you need any help, just ask. Naturally, I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to inform Xia Ningchang of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Tongxian realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xia Ningchang's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Yang Kai also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days, they were familiar with it. On this day, Xia Ningchang suddenly sensed something and smiled. That person is here. Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heaven's Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Yang Kai to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, Brother Li, how did your investigation go? Li Jiao replied, although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai was overjoyed. That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly. While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from the jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that it was a projection of the entire Tongxian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Tongxian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Yang Kai pointed to a certain place and said, Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now. Yang Kai nodded, recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heaven's Holy Land on Tongxian realm. Chapter 3158. This place has the richest world energy and the most perfect world principles on the entire continent. It can be used as the profound sky spirit array core. Li Jiao waved his hand and a red light spot immediately appeared on the projection of 9 Heavens Holy Land, as if it had been marked by him. The people of Great Desolate Star had been running rampant on Tongxian realm for several years now, so 9 Heavens Holy Land was indeed the only place left unscathed. What's more, Xia Ning Chang was here, so it was the most suitable place to use as the spirit array core. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember this. Li Jiao waved his hand and 8 small black spots immediately appeared on the projection of Tongxian realm, matching the location of the 8 desolate spirit lock array that had been broken by Yang Kai. Li Jiao said, these 8 places suffered the most severe poison. If this Li's guess is correct, someone should have arranged a spirit array in these 8 places. If we want to restore the yuan qi of this star, these 8 places must be treated with great importance. Brother Li's words are reasonable. Li Jiao raised his hand again and red spots appeared on the spherical projection one after another. This Li has been running around for a few days and has investigated some places. In total, I have chosen 108 places to arrange the spirit array. Besides this spirit array core and these 8 places, there are 99 other places. No matter which one it is, Brother Yang needs to go there personally and bury enough source crystals in these places. When the spirit array is activated, these source crystals will be transformed into world energy by the spirit array to nourish this star. Wonderful! Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. He had been studying the 108 desolate spirit array with Xia Ning Chang these past few days, so he had some understanding of its operation and layout. At this moment, after listening to Li Jiao's plan, he suddenly felt that it was very feasible. If Xia Ning Chang wanted to recover quickly, she had to rely on the transformation of Tongxian realm. Perhaps she could obtain a Star Master's reverse nourishment like Yang Kai did on Shadowed Star, pouring the power of the stars from the outer heavens into Tongxian realm. If that was the case, there would be no need for a profound sky spirit array. However, Xia Ning Chang's cultivation was not high enough, so it was impossible for her to achieve what Yang Kai had done. The Star Master's reverse nourishment was too far away for her. Yang Kai was able to easily achieve this because his own realm had far exceeded the limit of Shadowed Star's cultivation. If Brother Yang feels there is no problem, then this Li will do as he pleases. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Jiao gently nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing, there is one more thing this Li needs Sister Lu Yan's help with. Yang Kai's spirit lock. Li Jiao needed to refine a variety of spirit arrays, so Lu Yan would be able to help, lest she become bored and idle all day. The two of them immediately handed over the materials. Yang Kai took the source crystals and handed the remaining materials to Li Jiao to handle. These were the materials he would need to refine the heavenly profound spirit array's foundation. After dividing up the work properly, Yang Kai didn't stop and immediately found a suitable place in 9 Heavens Holy Land, lifted his foot, and smiled, "Little senior sister, please lend me a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and he continued to fall without any resistance. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He didn't panic at all as he silently calculated his position. A moment later, he called out to stop. By then, he had already sunk 10,000 feet into the ground. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in 9 Heavens Holy Land would be the array core of the profound sky spirit array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these 1,000,000 source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform 9 Heavens Holy Land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city. However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously, it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xia Ning Chang again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days, he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle, on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey, he didn't let Xia Ning Chang intervene. Although Xia Ning Chang could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xia Ning Chang for a little help. Along the way, he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xia Ning Chang's future, so he wouldn't be stingy no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with. Scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xia Ning Chang, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon, he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tongxian realm source was born. It was also the place where Xia Ning Chang refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tongxian realm. Hot magma flowed, as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead and dropped it into the Earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. He had been using it in the sealed world bead to cultivate his embodiment and had consumed a lot of it, but for the current Tongxian realm, it was still a huge sum of money. It was conceivable that with the help of so many source crystals from Yang Kai, the situation of the entire Tongxian realm would immediately improve when the profound sky spirit array was activated. Although it still needed time to repair and nourish it, it wouldn't take as long as a few decades. In other words, Xia Ning Chang's recovery period would also be shorter, perhaps a few years or even 10 years before he would be as good as new. And this was not all. As long as the profound sky spirit array continued to operate, the situation of Tongxian realm would become better and better, and the world energy would become richer and richer. At that time, this star would definitely grow to a level comparable to Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. It would no longer be the same as before, where it could only breed a cultivator to the Saint realm at most. It could also breed Saint Kings, Origin Returning Realm, Origin Kings, all the way to the peak of the territory of this star. If it became better, the benefits Xia Ning Chang could obtain would also be greater. Filled with longing for the future, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Li Jiao and Lu Yan were refining the spirit array's base. Even with Lu Yan's help, Li Jiao had consumed a lot of his strength at the moment. If not for the large number of spirit pills he had taken, he would have collapsed long ago. Yang Kai assisted him from the side. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Li Jiao handed the last item to Yang Kai, his eyes hazy and a little dazed. I did not disappoint. The 108 profound sky spirit pillars had been refined, and his task had been completed. During this period, he had made several mistakes and wasted a lot of materials, but Yang Kai had made sufficient preparations, so wasting some materials was not a big deal. Yang Kai reached out and accepted the spirit array, thanked him, then raised his hand and sent Li Jiao into the sealed world bead, allowing him to rest and recover. Fiddling with the profound sky spirit pillar in his hand, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked towards the core of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, smiling slightly. Are you ready? A cool breeze brushed past his face, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheek. This was Xia Ning Chang's response. Then let's begin. Yang Kai's figure flickered and immediately came to the place where the source crystals were previously buried. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his Emperor Qi slightly and threw the profound sky spirit pillar forward. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as he pointed towards the profound sky spirit pillar. Streams of light disappeared into the profound sky spirit pillar one after another. The profound sky spirit bead that was falling down seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the 1-foot-long profound sky spirit bead had turned into a 1,000-meter-long pillar that even several dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. The complex patterns on the profound sky spirit pillar flickered as it fell straight down, as if an invisible hand was holding it and leading it to the ground. In Nine Heavens' holy land, countless people looked up with shock in their eyes. Although this profound sky spirit pillar was not an artifact and was only the foundation of a spirit array, it still exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Not to mention being hit by it, even a graze from it would likely result in death. The ground turned into a vortex, revealing a passage that guided the profound sky spirit pillar deeper. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, "Array core pillar, buried 666 meters, exposed 333 meters, little senior sister needs to be careful." Silently, the profound sky spirit pillar continued to descend, and when it reached a certain depth, it suddenly stopped and the ground reformed, binding the profound sky spirit pillar tightly. 333 meters, no more, no less. After Yang Kai checked and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he rushed to another place with Lu Yen following closely behind. The All-Heaven Profound Spirit Formation was set up using the 108 Profound Spirit Pillars as the base of the formation. The placement of each Profound Spirit Pillar and the depth of its placement were extremely particular. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. Fortunately, Li Jiao was still relatively familiar with this formation. It seemed that the mythical Dragon Palace had once set up this formation. However, it was not 108, but 72 All-Heaven Profound Spirit formations. Although the number was different, the foundation was the same, so there would be no mistakes in the information he provided. The profound sky spirit pillars were refined by him and Lu Yen together, so as long as they were arranged properly, they should be able to smoothly open the spirit array. After 2 months, Yang Kai returned to the places he had been before, burying the profound sky spirit pillars above the source crystals. It took Yang Kai 7 days to complete the 108 profound sky spirit pillars. After that, he and Lu Yen went back and forth, cross-checking and confirming that there were no mistakes before returning to Nine Heavens' holy land. Chapter 3159. In Nine Heavens' holy land, Yang Kai's black hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void. His expression was solemn as he held a bronze array plate in his hand. This was the array plate that controlled the profound sky spirit array. It was something he, Li Jiao, and Lu Yen had spent a lot of effort to refine. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was the east wind. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yang Kai gently stroked the array plate with his finger, slightly inhaling and exhaling his Emperor Qi, causing the array plate to shine brightly. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes as they shone brightly. Holding the array plate in one hand, he formed a series of hand seals with the other, sending rays of light into the array plate as he shouted, "Rise." The array plate shone brightly. A humming sound came from the depths of the ground as the entire Nine Heavens holy land shook. Countless cultivators who were meditating were awakened and hurriedly left their secluded meditation to investigate the situation. At a glance, they saw the figure standing in the void and understood that it was him who had caused this and not some powerful enemy invasion. Only then did they feel relieved. In Nine Heavens' holy land, the profound sky spirit pillar, which was the core of the array, suddenly underwent a strange change. On the surface of the 1,000-meter pillar, the complex patterns flickered. An invisible vibration wave suddenly spread out with the profound sky spirit pillar as the center, covering thousands of kilometers of nine heavens holy land and covering the entire Tongxian realm. The profound sky spirit pillars lit up one after another under the influence of this vibration wave, forming a resonance with it. The patterns on their surface flickered brilliantly, and if one were to look down from the star field, they would notice that there seemed to be 108 lights on the entire Tongxian realm, flickering one after another. Wherever the vibration wave passed, the light was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's hand seals changed faster and faster as his expression became extremely solemn. Although his cultivation was profound, he had sealed himself and had to preside over this Tongxian realm spirit array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Today's matter was related to Xia Ningchang, so he had to treat it with caution. Sweat slowly seeped from the tip of his nose. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the profound spirit pillar of nine heavens holy land once again emitted an invisible vibration, repeating the previous action. This pillar was like a rhythmically beating heart. Every time it beat, the remaining 107 profound spirit pillars would resonate with it. As the number of times this happened increased, this resonance would connect head to tail, no longer separating them from each other. At that time, the 108 profound spirit pillars would become a single entity, covering the entire Tongxian realm. Again and again, the invisible vibration waves spread out. The 108 lanterns were lit and extinguished again and again. But as time passed, the frequency was slowly increasing. A day later, the frequency of drinking a cup of tea had been reduced by half. Another day later, it was reduced by half again. After another 3 days, the Xianling pillar at the eye of the formation would flicker every few breaths. The remaining 107 Xianling pillars were the same. Furthermore, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that these Xianling pillars were not flickering one after the other. Instead, they were flickering simultaneously. Yang Kai focused on activating the array plate and presiding over the spirit array, unaware of the passage of time. Finally, the frequency of the Xianling pillars in front of him seemed to have reached a certain limit. An invisible aura spread out, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. Yang Kai looked tired, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and threw the array plate high up into the air. A stream of light entered the array plate and a loud shout rang out, "Open!" The array plate hummed. The 108 lanterns that had been flickering continuously were all extinguished at this moment, leaving not a single trace of light. But in the next moment, the extinguished lights were reignited. There was no distinction between front and back, and no distinction between each other. They had completely become one. 108 vibrations rippled out together, and from each Xianling pillar, 107 rays of light shot out in all directions, crossing the sky and weaving a giant net over the entire Tongxian realm. At this moment, all the living beings on Tongxian realm looked up. The crisscrossing rays of light were like meteors falling from the sky, converging to form a meteor shower that covered the entire world. This scene was shocking, but no one felt fear or hesitation. Instead, they felt an impulse to worship it. Hong hong hong, humming sounds constantly rang out, and each Xianling pillar was closely connected to the other 107. Kacha, as if a key was inserted into a keyhole, the 108 profound heaven spirit array was instantly unlocked and began to display its shocking effects. The heavenly might was brilliant, clouds gathered, and principal strength circulated, beginning to repel this spirit array that was beyond this world's existence. Suddenly, a white and flawless jade hand flashed through the air. Wherever that jade hand passed, the heavenly might dissipated, and everything returned to normal. If Xia Ningchang had not used the power of the Star Master to protect and interfere, this 108 profound heaven spirit array would not have been able to function properly. Li Jiao was right, even those from the Emperor realm could not safely exist in this world. They had to seal their own cultivation, so how could this 108 profound heaven spirit array from the star boundary work? If it was a slightly lower level spirit array, it would have been fine, but this 108 profound heaven spirit array was an emperor-grade spirit array. It had long surpassed the limits of this world. Xia Ningchang's flick of the wrist actually allowed this large array to exist. The moment the 108 profound heaven spirit array began to operate, not only the entire nine heavens holy land, but the entire world began to tremble. The net of light that covered the entire world gradually disappeared, but the 108 Xianling pillars were connected as one, and the spirit array began to operate. The source crystals buried under the Xianling pillars by Yang Kai finally began to work. With the Xianling pillars as a guide, countless source crystals turned into pure world energy at this moment, which was then absorbed by the Xianling pillars and integrated into the world energy. Such rich world energy! In nine heavens holy land, there was a burst of exclamations. Because at this moment, the world energy in the holy land seemed to have risen to a new high, and it had not reached its limit yet. It continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, nine heavens holy land was wrapped in a layer of world energy. It was so dense that one couldn't even see their 5 fingers. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of world energy. No one had ever felt such a rich world energy aura before. Nine heavens holy land, as the paradise of Tongxian realm, was naturally one of the best, but no matter what, there was always a fear of comparison. Because Tongxian realm's world energy had been exhausted in its early years, it had been unable to give birth to powerful cultivators, so even if nine heavens holy land was at its peak, it still couldn't compare to an ordinary spirit mountain on shadowed star or water moon star. But now, the cultivation environment of nine heavens holy land was not much worse than an ordinary place on shadowed star or water moon star, and it was constantly improving. In time, Tongxian realm would definitely become a cultivation star like shadowed star or water moon star. Such a situation occurred everywhere in Tongxian realm. Every cultivator who survived the war cheered happily and ran off to tell others about it. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there were still drops of rain falling. The cheering cultivator seemed to be frozen in place as they looked up stupidly, reaching out to catch the raindrops and licking them with their tongues, shocked on the spot. Spirit rain. This rain was not ordinary rain. Each drop of rain was full of rich world energy. It could almost be said that it was condensed from pure world energy. When the spirit rain first appeared, it was just a drizzle, but soon, it began to pour down, covering all parts of this world, not missing a single corner. In the withered wilderness, new green sprouts appeared, and on the dry earth, sharp horns sprouted from the grasses. At this moment, the sick cattle mooed and stood up again. The dying old man suddenly opened his eyes, which should have been turbid and dull, shining brightly. A group of descendants who were ready to cry were stunned. When the profound heaven spirit array was in operation, it not only brought an increase in world energy, but also an uncontrollable vitality. Yang Kai was still standing in the void, holding the 108 profound heaven spirit array's array plate in his hand. His divine sense spread out like a tide, investigating the situation in every corner. Seeing this situation, a satisfied look appeared on his face. This time, the problem of Tongxian realm was solved thanks to Li Jiao. He himself was not deeply involved in the Tao of spirit arrays and had never heard of a profound heaven spirit array. If not for Li Jiao's 2 months of hard work, this spirit array would not have been arranged. The effect today was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, and he could not help but feel grateful. The debt owed by Fire Dragon Palace to me was written off. Good or bad, I went through life and death with Li Jiao. These days, I was at his beck and call, so Yang Kai could not bring himself to ask for more debts. In any case, those debts were nothing to High Heaven Palace, so there was no need to make them tighten their belts. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai glanced around and immediately flew off in a certain direction. In front of the hall, two figures stood quietly. One was a national beauty, and the other was a beauty that could captivate all living things. "Little senior sister, why did you come out?" Yang Kai flashed to the side of the two women and held Xia Ningchang's arm with one hand. He was extremely nervous. "Why didn't you lie down? Instead, you ran out." "Slow down, don't walk. It's raining outside. Just stay here." Shuiyu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "If I didn't know better, would have thought that Ning Chang was pregnant." Xia Ningchang's face turned red when she heard this. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought about it seriously. "That's fine." Xia Ningchang hurriedly changed the topic. "I just came out to take a look. I suddenly felt a lot better." Although Xia Ningchang had Yang Kai's help to stabilize her vitality and prevent it from being corroded, she was still weak and her face was still pale. But now, her face had regained some color. This was not only because she was embarrassed by Shuiyu's teasing, but also because of the effect of the formation. Although she was the star master and could grasp the situation of the entire stars with a single thought, most of the time, it was a habit to look with the naked eye. It was also a more intuitive experience. "This formation is really good. Junior brother, thank that Mr. Li for me." Xia Ningchang looked at the spirit rain pouring down. If Yang Kai was not standing here, she would have rushed in and danced in the rain to vent the joy in her heart. Chapter 3160. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't need to thank Li Jiao due to his current relationship with him, since Xia Ningchang had asked, he naturally had to accept this task. 10 years. Xia Ningchang suddenly said. "What?" Xia Ningchang smiled slightly. "Within 10 years, Tongxian realm will be restored." The great desolate stars cultivator had only taken a few years to recover from this torment disaster, but even with the massive amount of source crystals Yang Kai had spent and the help of the Great Spirit Array, it would still take 10 years to recover. Destruction was often much simpler. "Are you satisfied with this?" Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. Xia Ningchang blinked. "Then what else do you want?" Yang Kai said, "Tongxian realm is not like the other stars. Its grade is lower, so it won't be enough to restore it. Also, 10 years is a long time." Shuiyu rolled her eyes and said, "Does husband have a way to make this Tongxian realm better?" "Where there's a will, there's a way." Yang Kai laughed. He had some plans in mind, but he didn't know if they would succeed, so he didn't dare to make any promises in front of them. He didn't want to lose face if he couldn't achieve what he promised. Shuiyu seemed to see through his thoughts and curled her lips. "If you can make Tongxian realm better, I will." "You will what?" Yang Kai looked at her with burning eyes. Shuiyu blushed slightly, but she stood straight. "You can do whatever you want." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "I want to sleep with you." "Pay." Shuiyu spat. In a flash, Kai Yang appeared between her and Xia Ningchang. Hugging each of them in his arms, he shamelessly said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to feed the horse grass. Big blanket to sleep with, big blanket to sleep with." "Rogue." Shuiyu glared at him fiercely, her flirtatious expression almost stealing Yang Kai's soul. She lowered her head and said shyly, "You have to convince Ning Chang first." The senior sister's face was as red as blood. "Why are you talking about this all of a sudden?" Yang Kai said seriously, "The intersection of yin and yang is the Tao of heaven and earth." "Yes, it's settled then." "Who said it was a promise?" Xia Ningchang was anxious. That kind of thing was simply unthinkable. However, Yang Kai lowered his head and gave her a peck on the lips. She instantly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. However, she had never acted so intimately with Yang Kai in front of others. Shuiyu watched with a smile, but her red lips were caught off guard by Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't tempted, but he still remembered Shui Yu's words. If he didn't recover Xia Ningchang, he wouldn't be able to touch her. At this time, although he could succeed if he persisted, how could he beat the expectation of sleeping with her? Humph, two naive women. Do you think you're the only ones? When the time comes, Shan Qing Luo and Su Yan won't be able to escape. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai flew away. Shui Yu touched her red lips and stomped her feet. Smelly man. Amidst the rain, Yang Kai put his hands on his waist and shouted, "Everyone, Great Desolate Star has invaded our territory for more than a decade, killing our star's cultivator and robbing our territory of our women and wealth. Now, it's time for us to fight back." The rain was noisy, but it couldn't cover up Yang Kai's voice, which reached everyone's ears clearly. "Please follow me to battle, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed to Star Field. Blood for blood. Roars shook the heavens. The grievances accumulated over the past few years didn't disappear after Tongxian realm was purged, but instead became more and more intense. Within the territory of Endless Star, on a dead star, Yang Kai sat on the top of a barren mountain, one hand supporting his cheek as he closed his eyes and meditated. His divine sense surged through his knowledge sea, shuttling through the endless star. Star was the star of the entire Hangluo star field. He had inadvertently obtained it when he first entered the star territory. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, only using it as a tool to guide the way. With the help of this star, he had never gotten lost in the star territory. At that time, he discovered that this star was different from the ones drawn by ordinary star masters. It seemed to constantly change, corresponding to every corner of the entire star territory. However, because the star was too big and its territory too vast, if one didn't investigate carefully, it would be impossible to notice this change. Later, he learned that the star he had inadvertently obtained was actually the star's source of the entire star territory. It was also by using this star that he was able to sense a slight connection with Hangluo star field in the ancestral territory and return here. Wukong had said that every time he went to a star territory, he would find the source of that star territory and then refine it so that he could become the master of that star territory and no longer be rejected by the world principles. The source of a star territory was ever-changing and had no fixed form. Compared with the source of a cultivation star, the source of a star territory was almost a legendary existence that could only be found by chance. Yang Kai being able to obtain it could be said to be a great opportunity. However, he had not been able to use the source of this star territory because he had never refined it. Only by successfully refining the source of this star territory could he truly become the master of Hangluo star field. At that time, he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. With just a thought, he could kill all the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star territory. It had been half a year since he left Tongxian realm, and during this time, he had been trying to refine the source of this star territory, but he had made no progress. Even though his cultivation was now at the Emperor realm, the star territory was so vast that it contained countless stars. If he wanted to refine it, it was tantamount to controlling all these stars, which was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. There must be something wrong. Even Wukong had to seal his cultivation when he entered the star territory. Only after refining the star territory's source could he begin to act unscrupulously. Since Wukong could do it, so could Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly regretted not asking Wukong more about this. If he went to the ancestral territory to find him now, not to mention whether he could find him, even if he did, this guy might not necessarily tell him. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not boasted in front of Shui Yu and Xia Ningchang at that time, otherwise, he would not have the face to see them now. At that time, Yang Kai only had a vague plan in his mind, which was to refine this star and become the master of this star territory. At that time, he would be able to control the power of the entire star territory and replenish Tongxian realm's nutrients, upgrading it to a star like Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Is it still not possible? A clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and pulled Lu Yen into his arms, continuing to support his cheek with his hand. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lu Yen looked up at him, reached out and stroked the hard stubble on his chin, and said softly, if you have an idea, try it. There's nothing to lose. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded, got up, and asked, how long until they gather here? About 10 days before the agreed time. 10 days should be enough. You stay here and let me know if there's any news. I'll try this new idea. Okay, Lu Yen nodded. Yang Kai stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow, quickly disappearing. Entering the star field, Yang Kai flew forward aimlessly, neither too fast nor too slow. As he flew, he circulated his emperor qi, leaving his aura along the way. At the same time, according to the star in his knowledge sea, he delineated an area that was neither too big nor too small. With the star as a reference, Yang Kai was not worried about getting the location wrong. He kept flying around this area, as if he was drawing a circle, and the circle was filled with his aura. 5 days later, Yang Kai came to the center of this circle and suddenly stood still, closing his eyes. Immersing his knowledge sea, Yang Kai silently probed the star. Suddenly, his body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He clearly felt an unusual area in the star in his knowledge sea, and this area was exactly where he had spent the past few days leaving his aura. There's hope. Perhaps the direction he had been trying for the past 6 months was wrong. If this method worked, it meant that refining the star territory star source was completely different from refining the star's star source. Previously, he had been trying to refine the star source by directly attacking the star atlas in his sea of consciousness, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Now, it seemed that the way to go was from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. What method should he use to refine it? Apart from the star refining art, there was no other cultivation method. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the star refining art, immersing his mind into the special area in the star. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if his whole mind had spread out and filled the places he had been in the past 5 days, closely connecting his aura to the places he had been. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything that was happening in this area, down to the tiniest detail. Slowly operating the star refining art, his mind left a brand in a certain area of the star, gradually changing the color of this area. There were no grand waves, nor were there any ups and downs. Everything seemed so calm and natural. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He had actually found the right method to refine the star refining art on the spot. In his knowledge sea, the color of the small area in the star seemed to be somewhat different from other places, and in the corresponding star field, there was also a special area. Yang Kai didn't use any of his strength, simply changing his mind, and then his figure constantly flickered within this area, leaving behind afterimages, as if there were countless of him existing at the same time. This was a special star field that belonged to Yang Kai. In this area, just like on Shadowed Star, he could dominate everything. His figure suddenly came to a halt as an eager light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. If that was the case, it would mean that his idea was really correct. At that time, as long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to refine the star and become the master of the Hangluo star field. Let's do it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and let out a roar, a strange sound coming from the depths of his soul as the shackles on his sealed cultivation were suddenly unlocked. First-order Dao Source Realm, second-order Dao Source Realm, third-order Dao Source Realm, the Emperor Realm. Safe and sound, there was no repulsive force from the world, nor was there any hostility. It was a success. Chapter 3161. Abandoned Lair was one of the two most notorious danger zones in Hangluo Star Field. It was both dangerous and evil, with only the equally famous Galaxy Ridge being on par with it. More than 90% of the space pirates and the outcast warriors of the entire space zone were gathered in the two places. The people who lived in the two places were all vicious, brutal, and ruthless people. For thousands of years, the three great forces in the Star Territory had constantly clashed with these pirate gangs and had even joined forces to try and eliminate them, but whether it was Abandoned Lair or Galaxy Ridge, they were both easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more, they were protected by natural spirit arrays, so it was not easy to take them down. Repeated invasions not only failed, but also resulted in heavy losses. Abandoned Lair was not a real lair, but an extremely chaotic star territory. Chaotic force fields, violent asteroid seas, and star field storms were its most natural barriers. If one was not familiar with the way in and out, even a third-order origin king would be in danger if they got lost. At the center of the chaotic area, a lot of broken, enormous asteroids were scattered. Every one of the asteroids was immeasurably large. The pirate gangs in the abandoned lairs had planted their roots on the asteroids and thrived for countless years, growing stronger and stronger. The countless star pirate gangs, large and small, were the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Among these star pirate gangs, the strongest and largest one was called the Ruthless Blood Pirate Gang, and its leader, Jiang Xuesong, was a proud third-order origin king. With such strength, even in the entire star territory, he was a peak existence with few rivals. He was naturally the king of evil. Jiang Xuesong had cultivated for 1,500 years, and it was rumored that he had some connections with Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the star territory. When he was young, he was also a young genius of Sword Union, and the higher-ups of Sword Union had high hopes for him. However, some kind of accident happened, and as a result, he killed his master and brother, betrayed Sword Union, and fled into Abandoned Lair. A few hundred years later, a ruthless blood pirate gang appeared here. Jiang Xuesong's hair was completely white, indicating that he was in his twilight years. For a third-order origin king, this was very unusual. Even though he was already old, his figure was still ramrod straight like a sword. It seemed like the education he received in the Sword Alliance when he was young was still affecting him. As he sat there, his entire body was like a sharp sword that hadn't been unsheathed, and its edge was completely restrained. On the opposite side of the table, an extremely old man was lightly sipping his tea while his entire body was suffused with a bloody aura that caused others to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was similarly old, if one observed carefully, one would notice that this person's body surged with a bloody glow, and his bloody aura was even more exuberant than a man in his prime. Moreover, this bloody aura wasn't ordinary, and it instead carried a ghastly aura that was extremely strange. "Did you find out anything?" The old man put down his teacup and asked softly. In this abandoned lair, Jiang Xuesong was the overlord. There had never been anyone who could speak to him as an equal, let alone ask him such a question. Although it was a question, there was a faint arrogance of a superior speaking to a subordinate. The old man's cultivation was also a third-order origin king, not any weaker than Jiang Xuesong, and the symbol on his clothes clearly indicated his origin. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect. This old man was a vice-sect master of Netherworld Sect. Jiang Xuesong still didn't know his name, only that he called himself Old Ing. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Jiang Xuesong. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Jiang Xuesong would have cut them down with his sword and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this Old Ing, Jiang Xuesong wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with Old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld Sect. Over the past dozen years, he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld Sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld Sect's attack. Hearing this, Jiang Xuesong quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Olding said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right? In recent months, the territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars, such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld Sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tongxian realm. One had to know that there was a vice sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with Old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Hang Luo Star Field resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Olding couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Jiang Xuesong to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end, he got such an answer, which made him quite unhappy. There are indeed no clues. If Olding doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate, Jiang Xuesong replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, he chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tongxian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tongxian Realm was also in a precarious situation. Once Netherworld Sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die without a doubt. His 1,000-year enmity had been avenged, but Jiang Xuesong didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld Sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld Sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld Sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending great sword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld Sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Jiang Xuesong had long lost the capital to cooperate with them. Although he hadn't become their lackey yet, when Hang Luo Star Field completely fell, the first person Netherworld Sect would deal with would be him. Olding faintly smiled. Coupled with his gloomy aura, this smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Jiang Xuesong raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise, "Does Olding think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed?" Olding sighed, "This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only 1 or 2 places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident, but in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Olding was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hang Luo Star Field had come out of seclusion. This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star and Netherworld Sect. Jiang Xuesong was slightly shocked. If even Olding said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, "Back then, there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable." "Who?" "Wu Dao." Who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name? When Jiang Xuesong was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Jiang Xuesong slowly shook his head. Why do you say so? Olding asked. Because he left this Star Territory several decades ago and went to a more mysterious world. The Star Boundary. Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. The Star Boundary? Jiang Xuesong looked at Old Ying in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. Go on. Old Ying was too lazy to explain. Hangluo Star Field didn't know about the existence of the Star Boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld sect's ancestral founder had gone to the Star Boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the vice sect master of Netherworld sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the Star Boundary. The previous sect master, Yin Lisheng, had gone to the Star Boundary. The Star Boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the Star Boundary. Jiang Xuesong said, since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else. While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, it's also impossible for him. Who? A junior called Yang Kai. Since it's a junior, why mention him? Old Ying said unhappily. Jiang Xuesong said, although I have never met Yang Kai, he is not an ordinary junior. Wu Dao was able to go to the Star Boundary all thanks to him. Back then, it was Yang Kai who took Wu Dao and a few others away from the Star Territory. At that time, there were rumors in the Star Territory that in less than 100 years, this junior would become the strongest person in the Star Territory and replace Wu Dao's position, but he left so early. He sighed, it is this Jiang's regret that I couldn't fight him. If you have such a wish, then this young master will satisfy you. A person's voice came from afar. When the first word was heard, the person seemed to be still several dozen kilometers away, but when the last word fell, a heroic figure appeared in front of the hall. The dim light of the abandoned lair shone on his back, casting a long shadow that seemed to cover the entire hall. His face was obscured by the shadow, making it impossible to see his features. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Xuesong and Old Ying both held their breaths. The newcomer did not emit any aura, but it made their hairs stand on end and their blood run cold. Chapter 3162. Who goes there? Jiang Xuesong roared as he stood up. The figure strode in and arrived in front of Jiang Xuesong in a few steps. Jiang Xuesong felt as if a giant dragon was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and fall into a chair. The sword heart that he had cultivated for 1,500 years actually made a cracking sound and a fine crack appeared on it. Had he become timid? Only now did Jiang Xuesong come back to his senses and realize what had happened to him just now, causing a look of extreme shock to appear on his face. His life had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, but no matter when or what kind of enemy he faced, he had never been timid or retreated. No matter how many tricks the enemy had up their sleeves, no matter how high their cultivation was, he would break them with a single sword strike, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. It was precisely because of this determination that he had tempered his flawless sword heart. But in that moment, he had felt timid for the first time in his life, causing a flaw to appear in his perfect sword heart. Yang Kai looked down at him, almost sticking his face to his face as he grinned, "Head chief, you really are forgetful. You were just talking about this young master, how could you forget in the blink of an eye? You are." Jiang Xuesong's eyes trembled as an extremely absurd idea appeared in his mind. He resolutely said, "That's impossible. Anything is possible. Yang Kai turned around and sat down on the table before turning to Old Ing and asking, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" His casual attitude made it seem as if he had not entered a dragon's lair, but rather a familiar neighbor's home. Even with Old Ying's rich experience, he could not help but feel that this was absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Old Ing. "Are you the Netherworld sect master?" "No." Old Ing shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I didn't find the right place." Sword intent suddenly surged as a brilliant sword light flashed, illuminating the hall. Everything in the world seemed to lose their luster at this moment, leaving only the light of this sword. Jiang Xuesong had brazenly attacked without any warning. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be sneak attacking others from behind. In the past, he had never done so. He had always defeated his enemies fair and square. However, Yang Kai's forceful approach had actually caused him to feel timid. His sword heart was covered in dust, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Before the sword chi arrived, Old Ing raised his hand and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. It was one of the two most commonly seen secret treasures of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. However, the Blood Sea Banner in Old Ying's hand was obviously more powerful than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far. The aura it exuded was at the peak of Origin King grade, and if not for this world's restrictions, it would have become a Dao Source grade artifact with just a little bit of refinement. Old Ing waved the Blood Sea Banner and a rolling sea of blood gushed out from it, turning into a sea of blood that enveloped Yang Kai. At the same time, the unparalleled sword intent also slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Xuesong felt a sense of loss. Although he didn't know what this young man's cultivation was, how could he survive being attacked by a sword cultivator within 3 meters of him? What's more, Old Ing was cooperating with him at this moment. Although the two of them had always been at odds with each other, at this moment, they were of one mind and cooperated with great tacit understanding. As the sword light slashed down, Jiang Xuesong's face changed drastically while Old Ing obviously felt something in his body shook violently. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into two streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Xuesong and Old Ing rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying star field storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Old Ing knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Jiang Xuesong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment, this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Old Ing and Jiang Xuesong a cruel truth: today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Jiang Xuesong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Old Ing had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea Banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Jiang Xuesong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Old Ing. "What are you doing?" Old Ing looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Jiang Xuesong looked at him seriously and shook his head. It's up to fate. Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl, when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart, "Go further, go further, go further." Are you crazy? Old Ing was furious. Right now, only you and I can. Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked down at his blood sea banner and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Old Ing to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved and instead continued to expand rapidly. *Pooh, Old Ing coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the blood sea banner and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yen picked up Old Ing and looked forward, but Jiang Xuesong had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Blood Sea banner by Old Ing, she had even managed to escape and destroy the Blood Sea banner while severely injuring Old Ing with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight, only a single thought filling his mind. Run, run as far as possible. Don't run, a clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Jiang Xuesong turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Old Ing in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. I said. Lu Yen stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run." The incomparably sharp Origin King grade long sword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. Wah! Jiang Xuesong coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time, because of the impact, he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yen carried Old Ing in one hand and Jiang Xuesong in the other and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak and his injuries were not light. Although Jiang Xuesong's situation was better, he had lost all will to fight and his eyes were dim, as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yen pursed her lips, as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Old Ing. Where is your Netherworld sect master now? Old Ing looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, I don't know. How can you not know? Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is? Old Ing said with a sad face, I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge. Might be? Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, is he there or not? Old Ing said in a trembling voice, this old one, can't be sure. Trash. Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Old Ing screamed and flew 100 zhang away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Stars territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hangluo Star Field's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld Sect Master was still in the Hangluo Star Field, he would be found sooner or later. At this time, the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Su Yan, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Star's territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hangluo Star Field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yen could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now, it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Star's territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Xuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. If you have any useful information, tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 3163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The Abandoned Lair was in ruins, and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. Although they only destroyed the Abandoned Lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. I'll leave the rest to you. Yang Kai smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time, he didn't even take Lu Yen with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, Ruanbai Ting, and Su Yen were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Yang Kai didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. Where is he going? Ruanbai Ting looked at Lu Yen, who was unhappy, and asked. To refine the territory of the star. Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Yang Kai's trip would bring to the territory of the star, and no one dared to imagine how powerful Yang Kai was now. In the Wugan star field, Yang Kai went with the flow, without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the Abandoned Lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around Abandoned Lair was refined by Yang Kai. At the same time, the star field in the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Not only did Yang Kai not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hongluo star field. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Yang Kai seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years, Yang Kai was like a leaf of duckweed, wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. Not only that, but he also found a faster refining method. In the endless meteorite sea, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth, jumping from one meteorite to another, leaving behind his own aura. Half a day later, he brushed past the meteorite sea. Looking back, the meteorite sea was like a rolling dragon, wandering aimlessly in the territory of the star. Wherever this meteorite sea passed, his aura would be scattered along the way, saving him a lot of time. This was one of the methods he found, borrowing the power of the meteorite sea to refine the star field it passed through, and the effect was not bad. In addition, there was a second method, which seemed a little overbearing and direct. Above one of the stars, yellow sand danced in the air, and the clouds were turbid yellow, obscuring the sun and moon. The environment of this star was extremely harsh, and from time to time, there would be strong winds blowing. Yang Kai descended from the sky, and when he looked around, he saw that this star was not a true dead star. Although the surface of the stars was mostly sand, there were occasional patches of greenery. There were some strange birds and beasts living on this star, and when they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, they fled in all directions. This was not a dead star. A dead star had no vitality, but at this moment, it was filled with vitality. Nor was it an aging star. Instead, it was a star that was slowly growing and exuding vitality. Although nothing special could be seen for the time being, if Yang Kai were to return here tens of thousands of years later, this star would definitely be full of vitality. Even if it was not as good as Shadowed Star, it would not be much worse than Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai naturally would not wait for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, he leapt up and fell head first, his whole body spinning like a top. The earth hummed and a passage leading directly to the ground immediately appeared. 10,000 meters underground, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. In front of him was a mass of gray-white energy that was floating about. At first glance, it looked like a candle flame, dim and unclear, but filled with obscure world principles. This was the star's source of this star. It was not as good as the star's source of Yang Kai's Shadowed Star, nor was it as good as the source of Xia Ning Chang's Tongxian Realm. This source was like a placenta that was still in the process of being born. The territory of a star was unimaginably vast, so it was not surprising that some stars that were recovering or growing would give birth to such a source, but the cultivator would not choose to refine this kind of thing because refining it would not bring any benefits to the cultivator and might even cause some harm. Who knew if such stars could really grow? If one day the situation suddenly changed, causing the stars to weaken and their source to collapse, the cultivator who refined them would definitely be implicated. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash, but if it failed, with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Yang Kai found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him, but in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Follow me and you will have endless benefits." Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge sea, on the star chart, the light dot that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Yang Kai observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Fire Cloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Fire Cloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Fire Cloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, it was still a bit worse than Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tongxian Realm. Although Xia Ningchang was also there, Tongxian Realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the star master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld sect broke in and set up the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tongxian Realm, and with the help of the Star Master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect and Great Desolate Star's territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars with star masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Yang Kai's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Chihua live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Yang Kai's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries, but Yang Kai just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze towards a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. Is this a show of strength? Smiling lightly, Yang Kai responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain range, magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke, like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Chihua's Flame Palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the Flame Palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master Chihua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Chihua's wedding day, as people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding, so whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain range. Chapter 3164. Chihua was Fire Cloud Star's Star Master and a third-order origin king. It could be said that he stood at the peak of star territory, so there was not much point in cultivating any further. As such, since 500 years ago, Chihua had begun to indulge himself in pleasure, drinking fine wine and sleeping with beautiful women. Although the concubine he had taken in today was only a first-order returning realm cultivator, she was a stunning beauty. Most of the martial artists did not pay attention to etiquette. In the hall, Qihua and the bride were both dressed in red, sitting side by side. All the guests were celebrating to their heart's content. When they came up to toast, they also gave generous gifts. There were many flattering words, causing Qihua to laugh loudly, his voice like thunder. The bride sat motionless with a faint smile on her face, showing a dignified and generous temperament. Many women secretly pointed at her, their words full of envy and jealousy, thinking that she had climbed up a branch and was now a sparrow or a phoenix. When it was time for a second-order origin king to come up and offer a toast, Qihua suddenly raised his glass and looked into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the void, revealing an extremely dignified look. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Qihua put down his glass and shouted loudly, "Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Qihua has failed to welcome you, so please come with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had never seen Master Qihua act so politely. He had reached the peak of his cultivation and was the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. It could be said that he was in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators across the stars. Even third-order origin kings had to lower their posture in front of him. Who was it that could receive such solemn treatment from Master Qihua? What kind of person had such qualifications? Just as they were puzzled though, an extremely strange voice rang out in their ears, "Good." Everyone could not help feeling strange. Although they did not see the person who spoke, such a response was too presumptuous, simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, this person did not at least show some basic respect. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down as everyone wore strange expressions. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the 3,000 kilometers of Flame Mountain, heading straight for the towering Flame Palace. Suddenly, a shout came from below, "Master, please give me a ride." Yang Kai looked down and saw a man standing on top of a black rock, surrounded by boiling lava and scorching heat. The environment was extremely dangerous. This person was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was quite young, looking about 27 or 28 years old. He had a square face and ragged clothes, obviously having suffered a lot on his way here. His exposed skin was covered with burn marks from the magma, and the Saint Chi barrier he was using to protect himself was dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. As Chihua's residence, the 3,000-kilometer Flame Mountain was not a place where ordinary people could trespass. If a second-order origin returning realm master did not have any guidance, they would eventually be buried here. However, he didn't back off. Even though he was battered and exhausted, his eyes were filled with determination. It was as though even if Yang Kai didn't agree to it, he would still barge into Flame Palace. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't have any regrets. "Are you calling me?" Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Master, please give me a ride. Shui Mengyuan will be very grateful." The young man bowed deeply. Although his face was covered in dirt, his etiquette was impeccable. At a glance, it was obvious that he had received an extremely good education. "Why should I give you a ride?" Yang Kai grinned. "What benefits do you get?" Shui Mengyuan shook his head. "Besides my life, this Shui has nothing else." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Your life is worthless in my eyes." Shui Mengyuan's eyes dimmed and he sighed slightly. He no longer insisted and leaped up to fly out. At this moment, the rolling lava around him turned into living creatures and condensed into fire pythons that bit towards him. Shui Mengyuan's heart sank. He knew that he was going to die, so he didn't resist and just glanced at the Flame Palace longingly. The scorching heat suddenly disappeared and the pain he imagined didn't come. Shui Mengyuan was startled and only then did he realize that he had been saved. The fire pythons pouncing towards him turned into magma and fell down. He lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Thank you, master. Forget it. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you a ride." Yang Kai grinned and grabbed Chui Mengyuan's collar. He carried him in his hands like he was carrying a chick. In a split second, the surrounding scenery receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the Flame Palace. After being left behind by Yang Kai, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he saw Yang Kai striding towards the Flame Palace. He gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The palace door was wide open. The interior was resplendent and extremely luxurious. When Yang Kai walked in, pairs of eyes looked at him from all directions. They were scrutinizing and slightly hostile. At the top, a burly man with red hair and a red beard sat there like an iron tower. He was dressed in red and looked like a ball of flame that could burn the entire world. His red eyes were like two dazzling lanterns that shone with frightening radiance. Chui Mengyuan flashed out from behind Yang Kai. He looked at the bride beside Chihua with a complicated expression. He moved his lips and murmured. Although his voice was soft, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's ears. The bride was also shocked. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and returned to normal. Chihua and Yang Kai looked at each other. One was overbearing while the other was calm and profound. There seemed to be invisible forces colliding in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, Chihua laughed and held the hand of the bride beside him. "Today is my big day. It's really a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest. May I know your name?" Although he was asking, he still sat on the top seat and looked down. He didn't even look at Chui Mengyuan and treated him as if he was nothing. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "A name is just a code name. Don't mention it. Today, I came uninvited because I have something to trouble Brother Chi with." Chihua lowered his eyes and said lightly, "Let's talk about it after today. Today is this Chi's wedding. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay and drink a cup of wine." He turned around to ask but didn't get a corresponding answer. He was a little unhappy. He felt that this young man was too arrogant. How could he be in the mood to talk to him? Moreover, he actually called him Brother Chi. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Did he really think that by giving him some face, he would be able to talk to him as an equal? He didn't directly drive him away because he faintly sensed Yang Kai's strength. Coupled with today's wedding, he didn't want to experience any twists and turns in his life. Normally, with his temper, how could he endure it? The way he addressed Yang Kai had also unknowingly become little brother, giving off a sense of superiority. Initially, he thought that Yang Kai would listen to him. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, "This is a serious matter. Although I'm not in a hurry, it's better to settle it as soon as possible. Please forgive me, Brother Chi." Chihua pulled a long face. He didn't know Yang Kai and didn't have any grudges against him. He just disliked his arrogance and didn't need to take action. However, if this guy went overboard, he didn't mind adding blood to the Flame Palace. He said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Why don't you tell me what's so serious about it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "It concerns the peace of this star territory." Chihua was stunned. His laughter was thunderous. Many guests also laughed with mockery. For a cultivator to suddenly stand up and say that he had something to do with the peace of this star field, no one could hold back their laughter. It was like a frog had come to them and told them that the sky was falling. The guests were all smart and had long noticed the change in Chihua's attitude. When they saw Yang Kai acting like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, an old man with a goatee shook his head and said, "Brat, this is the Flame Palace. It's not a place where you can speak without thinking. Go back to where you came from. Master Chihua is in a good mood today and probably won't hold it against you." That's right, brat. Get lost. Don't delay our toast. Master Chihua was so polite to him. He's actually a lunatic. What a joke. This star territory has been peaceful for a long time. How dare he spread such nonsense? Yang Kai wasn't affected by all the mockery. He frowned and looked at Chihua. Brother Chi, have you sealed off all the news? Why? These guests didn't seem to know what had happened in the star territory all these years. How dare they say that it had been peaceful for a long time? Didn't they communicate with the outside world? Yang Kai recalled the barrier he encountered when he first came to the fire cloud star. He immediately understood that it wasn't that they didn't communicate with the outside world, but that the Star Lord had sealed everything. They couldn't get any news from the outside world. He turned to the old man with the goatee and said, "Do you know about the Netherworld sect in the Great Desolate Star Territory?" The old man with the goatee frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did this crazy brat come from? His crazy words are making people unhappy. Master Chihua, please allow me to throw him out," someone said with righteous indignation. This was supposed to be a good banquet, but it was ruined by this brat. They had lost the chance to bootlick, so they were naturally unhappy. "Brother Chi, why are you doing this?" Yang Kai looked at Chihua with a puzzled expression. Keep to himself? If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. If the Hung Luo star field fell, how could the fire cloud star resist? Chihua said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded, "That's true." He didn't want to care too much about other people's business, but he still reminded, "Brother Chi, you don't have to do this. The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Chi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon." Chihua grinned, "Why don't you help them?" Yang Kai said, "I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today." "Then I'd like to know what's more important." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Brother Chi, please lend me something." "Lend what?" Chihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yang Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chapter 3165. The hall fell silent as a thick murderous intent filled the air. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard such nonsense? "What did you say?" Chihua's face suddenly sank. What an impudent brat. Daring to say he wanted to borrow the star source of Fire Cloud Star. How could the star source of stars be borrowed so easily? The reason why Chihua could act so high and mighty, to the point where even ordinary third-order origin kings had to bow down to him, was ultimately because he was a star master. If he were to lend out the star source of stars, what advantage would he have? What's more, he had never heard of the star source of stars being borrowed. If Yang Kai's attitude and words just now had made him slightly unhappy, this one sentence had triggered Chihua's murderous intent. The star source of stars could be said to be his reverse scale, so Chihua immediately determined that this little brat was here to cause trouble and secretly made up his mind that today, he would not let him leave. "Brother Chi, please calm your anger." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I came here with sincerity this time, so Brother Chi might as well let me finish." Chihua was so angry that he laughed. "Good, go on." He wanted to see just how eloquent Yang Kai was. "Brother Chi, if you're able to lend me the star quintessence, then you'll be able to ensure the safety of this region, and it can be considered to be a boundless benefactor. Of course, I know that the star quintessence is extremely important to Brother Qi, so I'll naturally not lend it to you for nothing. Qi Huo was startled for a moment before laughing loudly. Compensation. He was already standing at the pinnacle of the star field, so what in this world could be placed in his eyes? This brat's shameless boasting made him unhappy. Could it be that he was sent by his enemies to deliberately make fun of him? Compensation. Yang Kai said solemnly, flipping his palm and summoning a mass of brilliant energy. This is. Qi Huo's expression brightened as he suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at this mass of light in disbelief. The other guests also showed looks of shock and greed at this moment. This is also the source of stars, but there is no corresponding cultivation star. Yang Kai explained, but with this compensation, I believe it won't have much of an impact on Brother Qi's cultivation. After the matter in this territory is settled, I will return the fire star source strength to Brother Qi. In this way, Brother Qi has earned a share of the source strength of this star. Which star's origin is this? Qi Huo murmured. Yang Kai shrugged and said, as I said, this origin source doesn't have a corresponding cultivation star. He still had many such sources in his possession, all of which he obtained from the shattered star sea back then. He had given some to others, but he still had a surplus. Qi Huo's face changed. It wasn't because he was tempted by Yang Kai's offer. Even if Yang Kai gave him a new origin, without a corresponding cultivation star, he couldn't live up to his title as the Star Lord. How could he compare to tricking the Star Lord of Fire Cloud Star? He only had the thought of killing and snatching the treasure. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be warning him that if he really attacked the young man in front of him, he wouldn't have a good ending. This caused the hot blood in his body to instantly cool down, and his mind to clear up. He sat back on the chair and shook his head. I won't lend you the Fire Cloud Star's source strength. Please leave. He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this brat didn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Although he could suppress his greed and not attack him, as long as he left the Flame Palace, someone would attack him. By then, he could take the opportunity to see his background and decide whether to attack him or not. As the brilliance faded, Yang Kai kept the origin source. He rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, sigh, it's indeed impossible to talk nicely. He originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Who knew that he still had to go all out? He turned around, grabbed Shui Mengyuan's collar, and shouted, Brat, what grievances do you have? Tell me now. I'll stand up for you today. Shui Mengyuan was shocked. Ever since he followed Yang Kai into the Flame Palace, his eyes had never left the bride. It was only when Yang Kai took out the source strength of stars that he was distracted for a moment. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the bride. Now that he was suddenly questioned by Yang Kai, he was naturally confused. What are you talking about? I heard everything you said just now. Do you know the bride? Yang Kai's saliva was about to hit his face. Shui Mengyuan nodded his head in a daze. This was also the reason why he fearlessly barged into the Flame Mountain. Did you fall in love with the bride and decide to spend the rest of your life with her? Shui Mengyuan nodded his head again. His eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Did this old man bully the weak? Did he not care about your feelings and snatch away your woman? Yes. Shui Mengyuan shouted. He clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were almost bleeding. Good. Yang Kai shouted and threw him aside. He turned to Qi Huo and said slowly, I can feel your determination. Today, I'll help you get the bride back. Shui Mengyuan was surprised and delighted. He never expected such a dramatic scene to happen. He barged into the Flame Palace alone with the determination to die. Who would have thought that someone would stand up for him? But soon, he seemed to have realized something. He said sadly, "Master, thank you for your kind intentions. But, shut up." Cui Mengyuan shut his mouth immediately and didn't dare to say another word. In the grand hall, Qihua lowered his eyes with a gloomy face. He said indifferently, "Right or wrong, one speaks too much. Trouble comes from standing up for others. Junior, I'll give you some face. Don't think too highly of yourself." This guy was simply looking for trouble. Indeed, those with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. Yang Kai laughed and pointed at Qihua. He shouted, "Old man, the territory of the flame cloud star is in chaos. Enemies are invading. Not only did you not help, you even sealed off the fire cloud star. You are simply unreasonable. Today, I'm here for the sake of the common people. It's fine if you cooperate. But since you don't blame me for being merciless." He looked exactly like a villain who was standing on the moral high ground and was ready to commit murder and plunder. Instantly, the guests cursed him. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. "Outrageous." Yang Kai said, "You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Qihua. Presumptuous. Qihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent, as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars, he could dominate everything. With a thought, he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered, "You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't?" In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star, so Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of star field was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast star field was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, it was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. "Break for me!" Yang Kai shouted. Kacha, the sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chihua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Fire Cloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chihua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Ding ding dang dang, the sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chihua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand, and from beginning to end, Qihua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing: one person's strength was far greater than the other's, resulting in such an instant kill. But, Qihua was already a Star Master and a third-order Origin King, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. Cui Mengyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. The new bride also covered her red lips with her small hands as she looked up at Yang Kai in horror. She only felt that this figure was as majestic as a mountain, and even though he was clearly so close, she could not see his face, as if he was far away from the 9 heavens. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her, quickly fly away with that little brat. Saying so, he waved his hand and, regardless of whether she was willing or not, directly threw her and Cui Mengyuan out of the 3,000 kilometers Flame Mountain. She was willing. After all, when Cui Mengyuan appeared in this hall, she showed an extremely worried look. Chapter 3166. You, who the hell are you? Qihua squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai, but at this moment, he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. Does my name mean anything to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star refining art. Qihua suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before but had not received an answer, so he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body and Qihua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Qihua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out and Yang Kai tossed Qihua away before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Qihua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his Yuan Qi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away, so how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Qihua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Qihua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source, he was just an ordinary third-order Origin King, slightly worse than an ordinary third order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star's Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away, so how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His chi sank into dantian as he activated the star refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the Fire Cloud Star's star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star's source, but also all the star's star territory's star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star's source while harmonizing and refining the fire cloud star's star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins, and many guests fled in all directions. The guests who came to congratulate the Flame Palace were all powerful cultivators, so naturally, they wouldn't die because of such an accident. Instead, they were all shocked by Yang Kai's strength. The aftermath of the conflict between the origins of the two stars was already difficult for them to resist, so it was difficult to imagine how Yang Kai, who was at the center of the conflict, could remain unscathed. Yang Kai wasn't unscathed though. He felt like there were two naughty children fighting inside his body, vying for ownership of his body. He tried to calm them down, but it didn't have much effect. Instead, it caused his blood to boil and his face to turn red, making him extremely uncomfortable. In addition to these two naughty children, there were also several infants who were stirring up trouble. These infants were undoubtedly the origins of the stars that Yang Kai had refined recently. Compared to the origins of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star, these origins weren't too complete and weren't too strong. They were originally obedient, but under the stimulation of Fire Cloud Star's star source, they became restless. Pacify, reconcile, pacify, reconcile, pacify and reconcile your grandmother's legs. All of you better behave. Shouting angrily, Yang Kai fiercely urged the star refining art to suppress the star's origins. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai's aura gradually stabilized and the conflicting origins in his body slowly subsided. These naughty children really need to be taught a lesson. However, Yang Kai also knew that this was just a stopgap measure. Although there was no problem for the time being, as he refined more and more stars' origins in the future, this kind of conflict would only grow bigger and bigger. If he didn't come up with a foolproof plan when the time came, Yang Kai was afraid this would only lead to disaster. That would have to be dealt with later. In Yang Kai's knowledge sea, inside the star, the symbol of Fire Cloud Star flashed. At the same time, Yang Kai established an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under Yang Kai's control. The heavens and earth shook and the clouds tumbled, seemingly informing the world that the Star Master had changed. A group of guests who had come to congratulate Qi Hua hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Not to mention the terrifying strength Yang Kai had shown before, his current status as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master forced them to lower their heads. In the future, they would have to rely on him to survive, so how could they not be careful? "Greetings, Master." Qi Hua also lowered his head, looking as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant, his face bleak. He was also a man who was good at judging the situation. Before, he had dared to fight against Yang Kai because he had the confidence to do so. But now, it turned out that it was just an illusion. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yang Kai looked at Qi Hua with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, "I need your help with something." The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yang Kai before quickly said, "Master, just tell us what you need." "This old man will do it for you, master." "Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, master." Yang Kai said, "Qi Hua has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in this star's territory, right?" The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, "What does master mean?" "The territory of the Great Desolate Star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions. Unforgivable." The group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory? And they had invaded? This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star." The old man with the goatee said, "I don't know, where should we go?" They had never even heard of the Great Desolate Star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. "Go and find out for yourself." Yang Kai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Qi Hua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. "Yes, yes, yes," the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. "Don't waste time. Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of Origin Kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant, he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location, several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away, he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days, Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, using this method to refine it only took Yang Kai a month. He only needed to refine the star sources of a few cultivation stars first, and then use these cultivation stars as a foundation to spread his star field around, saving him a lot of time and energy. The territory of the star field was too large. It took him 2 years to refine the territory of the star field. In other words, according to his previous speed, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field territory. How long was 40 to 50 years? How could he have so much time to stay in the territory of the star field? Now that he had this method, his efficiency would be greatly improved. Coupled with the aura he had left behind in the asteroid sea, he could further improve it. Within 10 years, Yang Kai would refine the entire star field territory and become the master of the star field territory. Chapter 3167. In the territory of the Desolate Star, a pitch-black battleship sailed slowly and silently, like a huge ghost. On the battleship, a skull symbol showed its origin. It was the battleship of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The huge battleship drifted in the starry sky like a homeless wanderer, existing alone. Although it was an inanimate object, it exuded an extremely bleak aura, as if it was at the end of its road. It was sailing in the direction of a void bad passage, which had appeared in the past 2 years and was connected to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As long as it could reach the void bad passage, it would have a chance to return to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Since the Hung-Luo star field's counterattack 5 years ago, the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star began to have a hard time. All the invaders were eliminated one by one, and panic spread in the hearts of all the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. They did not even understand why the Hung-Luo star field, which was supposed to be defenseless, suddenly rose up. All the sects and forces that invaded the territory of the Great Desolate Star paid a heavy price. The Thousands Beast Villa was destroyed, the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed, and so was the Mad Thunder sect. Which one of these sects and forces was not the top existence in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? However, in front of the Hung-Luo star field, a ferocious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones, they did not have the slightest power to resist. The surviving cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star even suspected that it was a conspiracy of the Hung-Luo star field. The previous decade of showing weakness was just to lure the enemy in, so that they could attract more cultivator here and kill them all. Although the Netherworld sect was not destroyed, it was almost done. The entire sect only had one battleship left, and it was still suffering from the flames of war. The battleship was full of holes and blood stains. There were traces of the war everywhere. It had escaped the siege with great difficulty and wandered in the territory of the Great Desolate Star for a long time before it got rid of the pursuers. Go home. I must go home. This territory of the Great Desolate Star was definitely not a place that could be invaded casually. The Void Bad Passage was just 1,000 miles ahead. In the battleship, the surviving cultivator of the Netherworld sect could even see the Bad Passage through the crystal window. The smell of his hometown lingered at the tip of his nose, as if a long-separated family member was waving at him. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the path of the battleship. The cultivators inside the starship quickly discovered the existence of this white shadow. Some cultivators manipulated the starship's spirit array to enlarge the white shadow's figure and project it into the starship. In an instant, a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall appeared before everyone's eyes. Her face was indifferent, but her temperament was noble and pure, making anyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority. A series of gasps rang out, and the entire warship suddenly became silent. Everyone held their breaths. It was her. The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star did not know her name, but this woman was a nightmare for all of them. That was because the Third-Order Origin King Cultivator was as fragile as a child in front of her. When she swung her long sword, no one was her opponent. Inside the battleship, the cold air was rampant. Everyone's hands and feet were cold, and their bodies were cold. The huge battleship and the small figure formed a sharp contrast, but in front of the figure, the battleship creaked, as if it was groaning in fear. Cheap slut, do you really want to kill us all? Inside the Great Desolate Star, an old and angry voice sounded. Su Yen stood in the void, her beautiful eyes staring at the approaching Great Desolate Star, but she did not respond. Get out of the way, or this will be your burial ground today. The old voice threatened, but it seemed to be fierce in appearance. How could Su Yen give in? Raising her hand, she pressed the hilt of her sword. Courting death, run over. The old voice was undoubtedly enraged. Although this woman had shown extraordinary cultivation and strength in recent years, no matter how strong she was, how could she compete with a great desolate star? The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star were anxious to escape back home and did not want to cause more trouble here, so he threatened her. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you can die here. The Great Desolate Star hummed and suddenly accelerated, slamming straight towards Su Yan. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, but Su Yan still stood there quietly, not dodging, not drawing her sword, and not even showing the slightest change in her expression, as if it was not a behemoth, but a gentle breeze. When the distance between them reached 30 kilometers, a sword light suddenly flashed and instantly hit the huge Great Desolate Star. At the same time, the 30 kilometers around them were flattened, and the Great Desolate Star crashed into the place where Su Yan had been standing and sped away. Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself. The old voice laughed, but his laughter came to an abrupt end because he suddenly discovered that Su Yan, who should have been smashed to pieces, had actually appeared behind the Great Desolate Star. The long sword at her waist had been drawn at some point, and at this moment she had her back to the Great Desolate Star. Sheathing her sword, she turned into a stream of light and flew away, not sparing the Great Desolate Star a single glance from beginning to end. What the hell? The old voice's owner was confused. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. The Great Desolate Star's speed suddenly slowed down, as if there was an invisible force binding it. At the same time, an astonishing chill spread from the Great Desolate Star and a crackling sound came from all around. Turning his head to look, he was immediately shocked. Inside the Great Desolate Star, at some unknown time, snowflakes had appeared. These snowflakes were about the size of a fist, and one by one, they bloomed in every corner of the Great Desolate Star, spreading and freezing all the operating spirit arrays. Even the cultivator, who was caught off guard, froze in place, their bodies covered in white snowflakes. The old man suddenly felt something cold on his hand. He looked down and his pupils shrank. A snowflake had also appeared on the back of his hand. The snowflake made him lose consciousness. 1 snowflake, 2 snowflakes, 3 snowflakes, this was the case inside the Great Desolate Star, and outside the Great Desolate Star as well. The dense snowflakes wrapped around the Great Desolate Star layer upon layer, as if a naughty child had sewn a snowflake coat onto the Great Desolate Star, making it pure white and flawless. Kacha, a shattering sound came as the huge Great Desolate Star suddenly broke apart into pieces of ice. Even the cultivator inside the Great Desolate Star was not spared. Under the influence of inertia, the Great Desolate Star continued to drift forward, forever drifting in the endless void. Several streaks of light flashed by, chasing one another through the starry sky territory. The first 3 streaks of light all had profound auras and were at least first-order origin kings, with the leader being a third-order origin king. The last streak of light had a completely restrained aura, making it impossible to see any trace of cultivation. On top of that, the figure of this streak of light was that of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. However, the 3 people flying in front of him didn't even dare to turn their heads back, fearing that they would see something terrifying. They only focused on running for their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, after 10 full days, the 3 fleeing origin kings were a little exhausted. Although their cultivations were not bad, running for such a long time had consumed a lot of their strength. If they had not taken pills to supplement their energy, they would have already died from exhaustion. We should be able to escape, right? The 3 of them thought so at the same time. Looking back, the 3 of them suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. That small figure was like a maggot following behind them not far away. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her clear black and white eyes were clear and deep, reflecting their fearful faces. What was even more despairing was that after running for such a long time, she did not react at all, her face not turning red, her heart not skipping a beat, just as indifferent as when they first met. Monster! This little girl is simply a monster. Let's kill her. The leader made a prompt decision, turned around, and sent out a palm strike towards Lu Yen. The remaining two also knew that running away was useless, so they immediately cooperated with each other. In an instant, an irresistible force flooded the small figure like a rolling torrent. Did we kill her? The three of them rejoiced in their hearts, but after seeing clearly, this joy immediately turned into deep despair. So boring, a childish voice rang out, seemingly tired of playing some kind of game. Lu Yen raised her hand slightly. A great sense of crisis enveloped the three of them, causing them to go stiff and unable to move. A cluster of flames burned, leaving a red trail in the eyes of the three, the last thing they saw before they died. In the star field, Li Jiao's family was happy and harmonious. Although Yang Kai had assigned them an extremely boring task, and they had even been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang felt bored. Li Jiao even found a huge meteorite from somewhere and placed it in the star field, building a simple stone house on the meteorite for the family of 3 to live in. Thousands of miles behind the meteorite was a deep and chaotic void tunnel. This was the tunnel that the Great Desolate Star Territory first used to invade the Hangluo star field. The people from the Great Desolate Star Territory used this tunnel to arrive in this world. Li Jiao had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, killing countless cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory. These people probably heard that the cultivator of the Hangluo star field was easy to bully, so they all came here from the other side of the star territory. Unfortunately, before they could obtain any benefits, they were sent to meet the King of Hell by Li Jiao. Not only did they kill the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory, but more of them were the cultivator who wanted to escape back to the Great Desolate Star Territory. In the past few years, the Hangluo star field fought back vigorously, working together as one, and with the help of several extremely powerful helpers, the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory was not their opponent at all. The cultivation stars that they had previously stolen were all taken back, and all of them fled for their lives like stray dogs. Many people wanted to escape back, but with Li Jiao guarding this place, who could escape? If one came, he would kill one, if 2 came, he would kill a pair. Li Jiao was like a millstone, lying in front of this void tunnel. No matter who entered or left, they were all crushed into meat paste by him, and not a single one was lucky enough to survive. Since the return of Yang Kai, the unstable situation in the star territory stabilized in a mere 7 or 8 years. The invaders were basically all killed, and even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3168. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished dealing with a group of cultivators who wanted to escape back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star and returned to the meteorite. Lu Sanyang greeted him with a smile. After all these years of getting along, there was no longer any estrangement between the two. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyang greatly. She even had the thought of staying here with Li Jiao for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Li Jiao and Yang Kai would definitely return to the star boundary, and at that time, she would also take her daughter and Li Jiao to the Fire Dragon Palace. Because of this, she cherished the good times in front of her even more. "Are you tired?" Lu Sanyang asked softly. Li Jiao said proudly, "Just a group of clowns." Although he had sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Killing a group of ants below the Origin King realm was simply overkill. He guessed that the reason why Yang Kai asked him to guard this place was mainly to give him time and opportunity to get along with Lu Sanyang. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Lu Sanyang's soft waist and gently kissed her forehead. Lu Sanyang blushed and said angrily, "Yuqin is here." Before her voice fell, Lu Yuqin suddenly rushed out of the stone house and covered her eyes with both hands. She turned into a stream of light and flew away, her voice drifting over, "I'm going out for a walk. It's so boring here. This girl." How could Lu Sanyang not know what her daughter was thinking? Li Jiao said, "She's not here anymore." Saying so, he bent down and picked up Lu Sanyang by the waist and strode towards the stone house. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat. She snuggled into his broad chest and her whole body softened. Li Jiao's big strides suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze as he suddenly looked up at the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of danger. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, with his cultivation, what could make him feel threatened in the territory of this lower plane? To put it bluntly, in this territory, except for Yang Kai, no one could possibly be his opponent. Yes, he also wanted to get rid of Lu Yen. The void corridor didn't seem to have changed, but it seemed to have become even deeper. The darkness suddenly expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Large swaths of the star field were swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The void corridor expanded at this moment. Not good. Li Jiao turned pale with fright and turned to look in the direction that Lu Yuqin had left. He saw that not far away, Lu Yuqin seemed to have been scared silly. She stood there in a daze, absent-mindedly looking at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Without thinking too much, Li Jiao carried Lu Sanyang with one hand and rushed towards Lu Yuqin. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Yuqin. He grabbed Lu Yuqin's hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." His figure flashed like lightning as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know what had happened here, this wasn't something he could deal with. He had to tell Yang Kai as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Jiao's hair stood on end. He felt as if someone was spying on him, a pair of invisible eyes observing his every move. A soft sound of surprise sounded in his ears. It was as if it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Li Jiao felt a huge binding force wrap around him, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. "Don't leave my side." At this critical moment, Li Jiao shouted to Lu Sanyang and her mother, his emperor qi wrapping around the two women. The darkness swallowed him, and the light in front of him disappeared. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai shuttled through the stars' territory, forgetting the passage of time. All his thoughts were immersed in refining. In his knowledge sea, the star had been lit by more than 90%, leaving only a little bit. Over the years, his footprints had almost covered the entire star's territory, even the most remote places had not been missed. With the guidance of the star, he would not get lost. He could also clearly know where he had been and where he had not been. Everything was in order. Gathering thousands of stars came from one person and spreading his aura throughout the star's territory. This was an extremely magnificent project, but Yang Kai did not find it boring. As he continued to refine, he gradually gained more insights in his heart. Originally, after the experience of returning to the star's territory, he had great confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor realm. But now, he was almost 100% sure that as long as he returned to the star boundary, he would be able to break through immediately. It's not enough. There's still a little bit left to refine. In fact, he wanted to know how Wukong refined the source of the star's territory. He definitely would not use painstaking efforts to achieve his goal like Yang Kai. He might be able to do the same thing in the shortest time and with the fastest efficiency. But after all, he had lived for so many years, so it was normal for him to have mastered some amazing divine technique and secret techniques. Time passed, and he did not know how much time had passed. When the last part of the star in his knowledge sea was lit up, Yang Kai only heard a loud bang, as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The explosion made him dizzy, and he saw stars. After recovering, he was overjoyed. It's finally done. How long did it take? 8 years? 9 years? Or 10 years? He almost couldn't remember. But it wasn't over yet. For so many years, he had only divided the entire star's territory into pieces of jigsaw puzzles of different sizes. Although he had refined them slightly, a jigsaw was still a jigsaw. Even if they could be put together to form a complete picture, there would still be many flaws. If these flaws were not eliminated, he would never be able to become the master of the star's territory. There was only one last step left, but it was also the most difficult step to take. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's figure flickered among the pieces of the star's territory, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the territory. He took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his state. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spread his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire star's territory. The space divine technique and spiritual energy were activated at the same time. His divine sense shuttled through the void, leaping forward, and radiating towards the entire star's territory. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had disappeared, as if he had turned into nothingness, filling the entire star's territory. The divine sense in his knowledge sea was rapidly flowing away like a flood that had broken through a dam. The colorful soul-warming lotus seemed to have sensed this and suddenly bloomed with colorful light. A trickle of energy flowed out, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense. In the sky above his knowledge sea, stars flickered, as if each star could blink, illuminating his knowledge sea. The vast star's territory underwent a wonderful change at this moment. All the creatures in the star's territory, no matter where they were, no matter what their cultivation was, felt a great will descend from the sky. This will was even more magnificent than the will of a star lord. This will was the will of the heavens and earth, the will of this star's territory. When Yang Kai divided this star's territory into countless jigsaw puzzles and began refining them, he did not feel any hindrance, but when he tried to refine and integrate the entire star's territory, the heavens and earth naturally did not allow it. Even the star, who had been peacefully staying in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, showed signs of wanting to jump out and abandon Yang Kai at this moment. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was also shocked. In order to refine a star's territory, the first thing one needed was the source of stars. If he allowed the star in his knowledge sea to escape, he would not be able to refine it at all. The light from the star chart flashed wildly and turned into a surging force that stirred up Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as if it was trying to force him to retreat and let it go. A heart-wrenching pain came from his knowledge sea. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, sealing off his entire knowledge sea, refusing to let it go no matter what. With his divine sense damaged, Yang Kai only felt the sky darken. Fortunately, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus continued to pour out pure energy to nourish his soul, restoring his damaged divine sense immediately, causing the situation in his knowledge sea to fall into a stalemate. But as a result, Yang Kai had no spare energy to do anything else. His eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, stretched out his hand, and grasped a large saber in his hand. Pointing it at the star in the sky, he shouted, "If you dare cause trouble again, believe it or not, I'll cut you down." This saber was a soul-severing saber and had been nourished by Yang Kai's secret technique heaven-severing strike for many years. If this saber were to cut down, even the source of the star's territory would suffer. Murderous intent surging, Yang Kai was obviously not joking. The star, however, remained unmoved and continued to flash, releasing an invisible force that interfered with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. It seemed to have a mind of its own and could tell that Yang Kai was just putting on a brave front. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Kai was furious. He could even cut down a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could a star dare to act so presumptuously? Unfortunately, he really couldn't do anything. If he didn't have this star, how could he refine his territory? Throwing away the soul-severing saber, Yang Kai formed a seal with both hands. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus turned into a seven-colored treasure mountain and slammed upwards. Suppress. The seven-colored treasure mountain flew high into the sky and hovered above the star, suddenly releasing a huge suppressive force that slowly pressed down. The star's light flickered more and more fiercely. But as the seven-colored treasure mountain fell, it was pressed down bit by bit. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this, knowing that his approach was correct. The star was the source of stars, and although it was rare and precious, it was not unique in this world. Every star territory had its own star territory source. However, the soul-warming lotus was like the immortal tree, one of a kind in this world, and there was absolutely no second one. From this point alone, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the immortal tree, they were both much more precious and superior than the source of a star territory. It turned out that the soul-warming lotus did indeed have the ability to suppress a star. Under the suppression, the star was suppressed bit by bit, and its flickering frequency slowed down significantly, its interference becoming less frequent. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on urging the soul-warming lotus to display its unimaginable effect. Hong Long, the seven-colored treasure island fell, and the entire star was suppressed under it, falling into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The seawater in his knowledge sea was formed by Yang Kai's divine sense, and after being enveloped by the seawater, the star became much more stable. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the connection between him and the star had become much closer. Many of the medicinal effects were hidden in his flesh and blood. This 20-zhang long body was undoubtedly the result of the effects of the hidden medicinal effects in these years. He lightly exhaled, and 2 streams of white smoke rolled out from his nostrils. Almost all of his cultivation burst out at this moment, and he didn't hold back anymore. The void trembled and collapsed. Such strength had already exceeded the limit of this world. Even if he didn't make a move, just by standing here, he could make this world tremble uneasily. Around him, the void was like the surface of a lake. Layers of ripples undulated, constantly fluctuating between collapse and repair. A great hostility shrouded him. That was the will of this territory. In the empty star field, arcs of lightning inexplicably flashed, and in a short instant, the land within 1,000 kilometers turned into a pool of lightning. Arcs of lightning leaped and merged into one, quickly turning into thick bolts of lightning that bombarded him from all directions. Yang Kai laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad, but he didn't deliberately resist, allowing these bolts of lightning to fall on his body as he focused on suppressing the origin of the myriad stars in his body. Hong Long, the light of the star field flickered as the bolts of lightning bombarded his body, quickly causing his dragon scales to crack and his body to be charred. The will and exclusion of this territory was really not easy to bear. Even if he had the strength to reach the heavens, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he already had an extremely powerful recovery ability, and now that he had a half-dragon body, even if there were some injuries, he could quickly recover. Thunder burst out, and after an hour of bombardment, Yang Kai's body grew taller and taller. On his 20-meter-tall half-dragon body, the origin of the myriad stars was still clashing with each other. Light burst out from his pores as different principal powers tangled and collided with each other. Suddenly, the power of the thunder weakened greatly, and the surrounding arcs of lightning also decreased. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. If he didn't have the origin of the myriad stars, if he didn't have the previous 10 years of hard work, he would never have dared to release all his strength like this, because the only result of doing so would be to be pushed out of this world, or to be reduced to ashes. But because he had suppressed the origin of the stars and because of his many years of hard work, his aura had long since infected the entire territory. Even if the worlds will sensed his actions at this moment and rejected him, he still had the ability to resist. The only thing the heavens and earth could do was to make him suffer a little more, so that he would know the difficulties and retreat. How could Yang Kai retreat? He had worked hard for many years just to refine this territory, and now that the results were at his fingertips, how could he be willing to give up? In a battle between two sides, one side was bound to retreat and lose, and Yang Kai believed that it definitely wouldn't be him. The weakening of the power of the thunder was undoubtedly the best sign, and even Yang Kai felt a little dissatisfied. It was only because he didn't expect this side of the world to show weakness so quickly. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Faintly, he felt that something was approaching him, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. While suppressing the myriad sources in his body, trying to stabilize them, he also observed with rapt attention. Sure enough, something was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples to appear in the void, visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void 1,000 kilometers in front of him, as if the star field had been melted by something, and a behemoth jumped out from the black hole. At the same time as this behemoth appeared, a strange sound rang out. This sound was not sharp, nor was it forceful, but it was filled with a dreamy feeling. At first glance, it sounded like the sad cry of a dolphin, full of despair and yearning for life, but it was definitely not a sound that a dolphin could make. The size of this behemoth also looked like a dolphin, but a giant dolphin that had been magnified thousands of times. The star field was the sea it roamed, and the void was its home. A shocking void beast. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the identity of this behemoth. It was actually a shocking void beast. This was a rare sight. He had seen a shocking void beast once in his early years and had even killed one, obtaining its monster core. Shocking void beasts could be regarded as ancient descendants and were naturally proficient in the Tao of space. What's more, this kind of proficiency was innate, a skill that was deeply ingrained in their bones. It was rumored that they could freely shuttle between various worlds without any hindrance. The terrifying void energy was the resource that allowed them to grow. Their favorite place to stay was the void crevice, where they could devour the void turbulence as nutrients for their growth. It was for this reason that shocking void beasts were rare, because they spent most of their time wandering the void, making it difficult to see them in ordinary worlds. Yang Kai never expected that a shocking void beast would appear at this time. No, it's a shocking void beast king. Yang Kai compared this to his early memories and soon discovered that this was not an ordinary shocking void beast, but a shocking void beast king. Its mountain-like body was definitely not something an ordinary shocking void beast could possess. The dreamy voice rang out again, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, it poured into his ears, causing him to feel dizzy once more. The shocking void beast king gently flapped its tail, causing ripples to appear in the void, and with a single leap, it arrived not far from Yang Kai, so fast that he barely had time to react. In front of this shocking void beast king, the difference between a 200-meter-tall dragon body and a mountain was like the difference between a speck of dust and a mountain. Yang Kai really did feel like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, the shocking void beast king didn't seem to notice him at all as it opened its mouth wide, like a giant void corridor that connected the chaotic and nothingness, ready to swallow Yang Kai into its belly in the next moment. The shocking void beast king could not have appeared here for no reason, nor could it not have discovered him. Although it was powerful, it was not invincible. The aura Yang Kai exuded was not weak, so as long as it had a little bit of reason, it would not have directly charged over and opened its mouth to swallow him. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the thick malice of this world. The reason why this shocking void beast appeared here and seemed to be coming for him was definitely because of the guidance of this world. The weakening of the power of the thunder pool was only to prepare for a more powerful killing move. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. It was truly vicious. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have minded fighting this shocking void beast king, perhaps even killing it and taking its monster core. The monster core of a shocking void beast king was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Tao of space, but today, he had more important things to do, so he could only let it go for now. With a clap and pull of his hands, a huge crescent blade suddenly formed. With his current height of 60 meters, how could the crescent blade he condensed be small? If he really slashed out, even this shocking void beast king would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 3170. With the moon blade in hand, Yang Kai did not release it. At the same time, the shocking void beast king had already arrived in front of him. Apparently sensing something, the shocking void beast king's figure suddenly paused. It was difficult to imagine how it could freely control its huge body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it only took an instant. Then, the two eyes on its head looked down, focusing on the place where Yang Kai was standing. Humph! Yang Kai snorted, the aura of the moon blade in his hand becoming more and more dangerous. The shocking void beast king's mouth suddenly closed, as if it had just noticed him, its eyes flashing with a human-like light. Yang Kai raised his chin towards it, taking a stance of not retreating, his monstrous aura almost tangible. Two figures, one big and one small, faced each other in this strange star field. After a dozen breaths of time, the shocking void beast king suddenly leapt over Yang Kai's head, its huge figure like plunging into an invisible lake, melting into the void and quickly disappearing, leaving behind a huge void corridor that was slowly closing up. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the space divine technique. Just as the shocking void beast king had discovered that he was not to be trifled with, he had also discovered that this guy was difficult to deal with. At the critical moment of refining the territory of this star, how could he be willing to complicate things? The shocking void beast king retreating like this was the best result. Otherwise, if they fought, not to mention whether or not he could kill the shocking void beast king, refining the territory of this star would most likely fail. What other moves do you have? Use them all, Yang Kai laughed, placing one hand on his waist and pointing to the heavens and earth. The hostility that had been shrouding the surroundings slowly faded, and at the same time, Yang Kai discovered that the conflict between the star sources of the myriad stars in his body had eased a lot. This discovery made him overjoyed. It seemed that, after everything that had happened just now, the will of this star field was showing signs of compromising and acknowledging him. This was for the best. Yang Kai was also a tactful person, so he naturally could not do anything to provoke the will of heaven and earth. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes and started to refine the quintessence of the stars. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai's body shrank day by day. However, the light emitted from his skin became less and less. This was clearly a sign that the refining process was progressing well. Until a certain moment, when the last ray of light disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his expression, but his spirit was extremely excited. The refinement was not complete yet. There was only one last step left. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's go home, let's all go home." Thousands of rays of light suddenly overflowed from every part of his body, turning into stars that circled around him a few times before disappearing like lightning. All these years, he had been refining the stars' origins everywhere in order to turn the entire star's territory into pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, which would make it easier for him to refine them. Now, he had let these stars' origins leave for the final step. Simply suppressing them was not enough, only true recognition could connect their minds. The thousands of quintessences scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Yang Kai as the center, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen over the entire star territory. Only the last quintessence of the stars remained, fluttering around him, filled with nostalgia and dependence. Shadowed star's origin. It did not leave immediately like the other origins, but instead stayed behind, as if it had its own thoughts and thoughts. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and picked it up. The star source wriggled on his palm, transforming into thousands of different forms. Go! Yang Kai said softly, and the shadowed star's origin turned into a stream of light and flew off in the direction of shadowed star. Come! Yang Kai shouted in his heart, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea. The seven-colored island transformed back into the soul-warming lotus and released its suppression of the star, allowing the star to slowly rise from his knowledge sea and intertwine with Yang Kai's divine sense, becoming indistinguishable from one another. With a bang, Yang Kai felt his whole body shake, as if something had exploded. Looking around, the star was once again suspended high above his knowledge sea, and looking up, he saw a sky full of twinkling stars. However, there was a big difference between now and back then. Back then, although this star had been placed in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had some use to him, it did not truly belong to him. But now, this star was his, and every inch of the star contained his aura. So that's how it is. The moment he completely refined the star chart, Yang Kai's mind suddenly gained an additional layer of enlightenment. It was not until this moment that he understood why the Great Desolate Star Territory could invade Heng Luo Star Field. The reason for this was actually related to him. When Yang Kai went to the star boundary and took away the star, he had also taken away the star source of this territory. Without this star source, the originally impregnable barrier of the star territory showed a slight flaw. It was this almost insignificant flaw that formed a channel connecting the Great Desolate Star Territory to Heng Luo Star Field, allowing the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory to invade this place. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory had invaded, killing many people and bringing disaster to many cultivation stars. Yang Kai had never expected that he was actually responsible for this. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only apologize. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai's mind surged as he wanted to experience the feeling of becoming the master of this star territory. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of becoming the master of Shadowed Star. With a single thought, everything was under his control, but the range was thousands of times greater. His mind constantly spread out, and Yang Kai could perceive everything in any location he wanted. Soon, he saw Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm had indeed recovered a lot over the years, and there were no traces of the early contamination. With the 108 Profound Heavenly Spirit Array and Xia Ning Chang personally overseeing it, 10 years was enough for Tongxian Realm to recover its Yuan Qi. But, this was far from enough. Tongxian Realm's heritage was weaker than other cultivation stars, so it could not give birth to a powerful cultivator. The reason why Yang Kai was so eager to refine the star territory's source and become the master of this star territory was partly because of his own needs, and partly because of Xia Ning Chang and Tongxian Realm. Only by becoming the master of this star territory could he use the power of this star territory to bring great benefits to Tongxian Realm and allow Xia Ning Chang's strength to rise. Now was the time to experiment. Kai Yang stood motionless in the same place, only waving his two large hands. Tongxian Realm, 9 Heavens Holy Land. Xia Ning Chang was talking to Shuiyu. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire star territory had returned to normal, and there was no longer any need to worry about being invaded by powerful enemies. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union were both rebuilding, and as for Purple Star. Purple Star no longer existed in this star territory. Of the 3 great forces, High Heaven's sect had replaced it and become the top force. Xia Ning Chang's aura had returned to normal, no longer showing any signs of weakness. His skin was ruddy and white, and his aura was restrained. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Shuiyu was not any worse. Although she was not a star master, she also had a special constitution and sufficient resources, so her cultivation progress was naturally not any slower than others. Suddenly, Xia Ningchang raised her head and looked outside, as if she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Shuayu asked suspiciously. "This is..." Xia Ningchang got up, took a step forward, and arrived outside the hall. Shuayu's figure also floated over to stand beside him. The two pairs of eyes looked up into the sky and were immediately stunned. Under the clear blue sky, streams of light streaked across the sky, each containing an unimaginable amount of energy, like meteors falling from the sky. Shuayu's face couldn't help turning pale. Although she was far away, she could still feel the destructive power of these meteor-like things. Even if only one fell, Tongxian realm would suffer heavy losses, but looking around, there was more than one. The sky was densely packed, and there were simply too many to count. Not only did they see this, but all the living beings on Tongxian realm were also shocked by this scene. Xia Ningchang's expression became solemn and he was just about to urge the star's source to block these meteors when he suddenly saw a huge cloud in the sky distort and transform into a clear human face. "Ah!" Xia Ningchang exclaimed. "Husband!" Shuayu was also dumbfounded. The face formed by the cloud was undoubtedly Yang Kai's face. Although she didn't know how far away he was from the two of them, it was as if he could see them, smiling at them and even winking at them in annoyance. This moment of hesitation had cost them the opportunity to intercept. Moreover, the moment he saw Yang Kai's face, Xia Ningchang knew that this was Yang Kai's handiwork and no longer had any intention of intercepting him. However, she was very curious about what Yang Kai was trying to do. This world-shattering momentum was not fake. The meteor fell to the ground, but it didn't cause the expected impact and destruction. Instead, it silently disappeared. A stream of light fell straight towards Nine Heaven's holy land, filling everyone's vision with light and preventing them from seeing anything else. When the light dissipated, the world energy aura of Nine Heaven's holy land was obviously richer, and there were also some other changes that were occurring. Xia Ningchang's perception was the keenest. As a star master, she was clearly aware that Tongxian realm's world principles were gradually becoming more complete and stronger. More complete world principles meant that a more powerful cultivator could be born and could display more power. A joyful atmosphere spread throughout the stars, causing Xia Ningchang to feel a sense of great joy. "Ningchang, this is..." Shuayu couldn't help asking when she saw the smile on her face. "He succeeded." Xia Ningchang replied. Shuayu suddenly understood, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light. He finally succeeded. After leaving 10 years ago, there had been no news of Yang Kai since. Occasionally, she would hear that someone had seen him in the star territory, but it was only a fleeting glimpse. No one had gone to look for him as everyone knew what he was busy with. It was just that no one had expected him to succeed in a mere 10 years. The abnormalities of Tongxian realm at the moment were the best proof of this. Only by successfully refining the star territory and becoming its master would one be qualified to use the power of the stars from the outer heavens to carry out such a transformation on Tongxian realm. It could be said that such a transformation was almost without any hesitation. The promotion of Tongxian realm was at the cost of drawing power from other places, but when it came to Xia Ningchang, how could Yang Kai be stingy? Chapter 3171. What's going on? Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Above his knowledge sea, somewhere on the star, there was a fist-sized ink dot. This ink dot looked so familiar, just like the scenery Yang Kai saw when he went to Tongxian realm and looked down from the sky. Yang Kai was now connected with the star territory source, so he immediately felt a strong malice from this ink dot. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the location of this ink dot should be the connection between the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hangluo Star Field. That place was extremely important, and as early as 10 years ago, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard it. Yang Kai had thought that it was safe, but today, after completely refining the star, he discovered that something was wrong. With a thought, his vision seemed to drift across hundreds of millions of kilometers and suddenly pulled to the vicinity of the ink dot. What he saw shocked Yang Kai. The void within hundreds of millions of kilometers had become an unimaginably huge black hole, and everything in this star field had disappeared, including many dead stars. Not only that, the edge of the black hole was still expanding, and wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if the darkness was devouring the territory of this star. Yang Kai was furious. He had refined the source of the star and had become the master of this star territory. In other words, this entire star territory was his back garden, and no matter what the hell this darkness was, it was invading his territory. As the master of this star territory, how could he tolerate it? Where was that old brat Li Jiao? Yang Kai had sent him here to guard this place, so why didn't he tell him that such a big thing had happened? Even if Yang Kai had been running around all these years without a fixed residence, if Yang Kai really wanted to find him, how could he not have a way? He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the edge of the huge black hole in a short while. Looking at it from a close distance, he could feel how terrifying the black hole was. All he could see was darkness. It was not inferior to the void crevice. The darkness was like a tide that slowly spread in all directions, assimilating everything in its path. Yang Kai felt like he was losing his territory bit by bit. With a stern expression, he communicated with the star with his mind. The star buzzed and trembled, as if it had received some kind of encouragement, emitting a dazzling light. The unhurried darkness that was advancing in all directions suddenly slowed down a lot at this moment. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a thing before. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. He just wanted to give it a try and stop the darkness from spreading. He didn't expect that after communicating with the star chart, there would be some effect. He immediately understood that since he was the master of the star's territory, his will was the will of the star's territory. With a single thought, he could resonate with the star's territory. Now that he had this answer, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and became more attentive to communicating with the star, borrowing the power of the entire star's territory to stop the darkness from spreading. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spreading darkness slowed down and gradually stopped. Yang Kai wasn't satisfied and instead shouted, "Scram!" He pushed both of his arms forward and invisible world powers squeezed out from all directions. Instantly, the boundary of darkness shrank back by several tens of li, and it was still shrinking. In the place where the darkness faded, everything that had been swallowed was restored, and Yang Kai could clearly see a huge meteorite slowly emerge from the darkness, completely revealing itself. This discovery made him overjoyed. He had thought that the places swallowed by the darkness would no longer exist, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Although those places had been swallowed up, everything still existed, it was just that no one could see them. Only by expelling the darkness would their original appearance be revealed. What was this darkness? Yang Kai drove it away while investigating it with rapt attention. A moment later, his body shook and a look of shock appeared on his face. He had actually glimpsed the world will from the darkness, a world will that didn't belong to the Hangluo star field. This world will was so similar to the Hangluo star field, as if the darkness was another world. Incredible, too incredible. Could it be that there was really another world that was eroding the Hangluo star field? Was that world the territory of the Great Desolate Star? After all, this was the territory of the two stars. If the territory of the Great Desolate Star was encroaching on the Hangluo star field, it was reasonable. Yang Kai suddenly rejoiced. If he hadn't refined the star and become the master of the star's territory, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about the current situation. The encroachment between worlds was no longer a problem that could be solved by the level of cultivation. He had to rely on the power of the world he was in to resist this encroachment. He had a faint feeling that the reason why he could refine the star so smoothly was related to the current situation. The Hengluo star field obviously wanted to rely on his power to resist this encroachment. Spit out everything you've eaten. Yang Kai had just become the master of the star's territory and was in high spirits. How could he be afraid of such a small obstacle in front of him? The power of the star's territory was drawn out and crazily squeezed towards the darkness. The darkness had no power to resist and was retreating. The star field that had been encroached by the darkness also returned. With Yang Kai's strength, the speed at which the darkness receded became faster and faster. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the darkness had retreated thousands of miles away. However, compared to the territory it had encroached, these thousands of miles were nothing, but it was still a good start. Yang Kai believed that as time passed, the speed at which he recovered his lost territory would become faster and faster. This was indeed the case. The entire Hengluo star field seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions, and the star's territory's origin unreservedly cooperated with him, bestowing him with the power of the heavens and earth. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, the darkness had obviously shrunk. At this speed, Yang Kai would be able to take back all the things he had lost from the darkness in less than a month. However, at this moment, Yang Kai's hair suddenly stood on end, and a great sense of crisis enveloped him. His eyes widened as he stared at the darkness in front of him. There was nothing there but chaos and nothingness. Not only was there no life, there weren't even dead things, but he firmly believed that the crisis came from the darkness. A light suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes and attacked him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised his head, opened his mouth, and bit down on this light. The light continued to tremble, as if it was alive. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and his sharp fangs turned into an indestructible blade. With a crunch, the sound of something being crushed rang out, and the struggling in his mouth suddenly stopped. Bah! Yang Kai spat out the object, reached out, and caught it, his eyes narrowing. It was a flying knife with an exquisite shape. It was about a foot long, and its whole body was smooth and flawless. However, there was a row of teeth marks on it at this moment. Moreover, there were dense cracks on it. Yang Kai's bite had destroyed the spirituality of this throwing knife. This is... Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An emperor artifact? The thing that had attacked him from the darkness was actually an emperor artifact. Although its spirituality was damaged and it was full of cracks, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not recognize an emperor artifact? There was even a trace of emperor qi left on this throwing knife. Raising his head and looking into the darkness again, Yang Kai's eyes burned like flames. Great! I thought that the invasion of two worlds was just a natural disaster, but in the end, it was actually a man-made disaster. This throwing knife emperor artifact could not have attacked him for no reason. From the remnant Emperor Yuan Qi, it was clear that someone wanted to kill him from another world, and the attacker was definitely someone from the Emperor realm. Even Yang Kai could not attack from another world. The barrier between worlds was too strong, and only the great emperors could do this. However, the Hengluo star field and the Great Desolate Star's territory were not completely separated, and the darkness was the place where the two worlds connected. It was not difficult for a hidden enemy to attack him from another world. As for the reason, it was none other than him obstructing the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory. A bold idea popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he was not sure, he guessed that it was probably the case. Finally, it's a little interesting. He could not help but grin. His smile was ferocious as he stared into the darkness, as if he could penetrate the barrier between worlds and see the strong enemy hidden in another world. Ever since he had returned to the star field, even though he had been rejected by the heavens and earth, the enemies he had encountered were all weak little fish and shrimps that couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. Now that such a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared, his long-awaited battle intent quickly rose. "It is impolite not to reciprocate, take this." He clapped his hands and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. He did not immediately slash out, but instead continued to pour power into it. The moon blade buzzed and fluctuated, as if it could collapse at any time, but under Yang Kai's control, it was more stable than ever. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his eyes and first threw the broken throwing knife into the darkness in front of him, then slashed out with the moon blade. Without a sound, the flying dagger and the moon blade disappeared. In the territory of the great desolate star, in the endless star field, the scenery was exactly the same as that of Yang Kai, with great darkness surging. At the edge of the darkness, a sallow-faced middle-aged man frowned and stared ahead. Suddenly, a throwing knife appeared in the darkness. He raised his hand and pinched the flying knife in his hand. Before he could check the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade slashed at him. He was not a careless person, but he did not notice the moon blade until it was in front of him. The main reason was that the moon blade was too strange. It was silent and was exactly the same as the darkness, so it was difficult to notice. Perceiving the terrible power of the moon blade, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look, but he did not panic. Suddenly, another throwing knife appeared in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai had intercepted before. He raised it high, and the throwing knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade, slashing down. Chapter 3172. The moon blade collapsed, but the middle-aged man's eyebrows twitched. His heart thumped as he hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The moon blade exploded, and the power of space was rampant. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks weren't arranged in a disorderly manner. They actually outlined 3 large words in front of his eyes: F***ck your mother. Space Divine Technique. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, revealing a shocked expression. However, he didn't care about Yang Kai's insults. The main reason was that the Space Divine Technique was too treacherous and unpredictable. It was also difficult to cultivate. Moreover, how could someone who could use the Space Divine Technique to such an extent be an unknown person? Could it be him? A figure appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. If the person in front of him matched his imagination, then it would be difficult to deal with him. The reputation of the Spirit Beast Island's martial beast couldn't be ignored. That person was a general under the martial beast Mo Huang, and it would be quite troublesome to deal with him. However, he had never heard of this person having any connection with the lower plane star territory. How could he suddenly appear in the Hangluo star field? He suddenly remembered the family of 3 who were swept into this world 3 years ago. He didn't deliberately pay attention to them, but now it seemed that it was time to have a chat with them. Perhaps, he could find out some information from them. Before the darkness, Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. After waiting for a day and a night, he didn't see any signs of counterattack. He suddenly felt bored. He didn't know if his moon blade had hurt the other party, but he thought that it shouldn't have. Although the barrier between the 2 star territories had weakened, allowing him to launch an attack across the star field, the power wouldn't be great. The other party had extraordinary means, so how could he be hurt so easily? However, he didn't know why the other party didn't move. Yang Kai was too lazy to think too much. Since the other party didn't make a move, he could peacefully restore his star territory. The darkness continued to recede, revealing the originally devoured starry sky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned, "You've got guts." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai frowned. When he saw the figure, he immediately pulled back his hand. Then, he pulled the figure in front of him. Yuqin? Yang Kai looked down at the little girl in front of him and frowned. Lu Yuqin was not injured, but his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had been frightened. His pupils were dilated and he was trembling. Yang Kai called her twice, but she didn't respond at all. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge his power to calm her down. It took a while for Lu Yuqin to recover. Her eyes gradually focused, and when she saw Yang Kai's face clearly, she began to cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Why did you come from there? Where are your parents? Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Lord Yang, please save my parents. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, they are over there. I beg you, please save them. Lu Yuqin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Tell me, don't cry, Yang Kai comforted her. After a while, Lu Yuqin calmed down and told him what had happened in the past few years. One day 3 years ago, the void corridor that connected the Hangluo star field and the Great Desolate Star territory suddenly exploded. The darkness swept over and swallowed their family of 3. When they came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at another star field. Later, they found out that this territory was actually the territory of the Great Desolate Star. However, with Li Jiao, who was in existence beyond the star territory, their family didn't encounter any danger. They just couldn't find the way back. Just one day ago, a middle-aged man suddenly found them and chatted with Li Jiao for a long time. Lu Yuqin didn't know what they talked about. In the end, the middle-aged man grabbed her and threw her into the darkness. What's that guy's name? Yang Kai knew that there was a guy on the other side of the darkness that was devouring his star territory. Now that Lu Yuqin confirmed it, he knew that his guess was wrong. Lu Yuqin shook her head. She had never seen that person before yesterday. She only knew that even her parents weren't his match. When he captured her, her parents tried to stop him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. His strength was simply unfathomable. What did he say? Yang Kai continued to ask. Since that person threw Lu Yuqin back, it was obvious that he wanted her to pass on a message. Lu Yuqin said, he told me to pass on a message to you. If you want my parents to live, hand over the star territory source. Ha! Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Is there something wrong with his head? Although he had been with Li Jiao for many years and their relationship was quite good, it hadn't reached the point where he would be used as a pawn. If it had been Su Yan and the others who were captured, Yang Kai might have considered it. What's more, even if he really handed over the star territory source, the other party might not keep their promise to release them. If Yang Kai lost the star territory source, he would no longer have the capital to resist the other party. The Hangluo star field would also not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. That guy had asked Lu Yuqin to pass on a message. Was he deliberately trying to disgust him? Lord Yang. Lu Yuqin looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. I'll send you back first. Don't worry, I'll definitely save your parents. Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder before diverting a part of his attention to continue suppressing the darkness. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Shadowed Star. Star territory was vast, and anyone would have to spend a lot of time traveling across its territory, but Yang Kai was now the master of star territory, so he naturally had a degree of convenience that others did not have. With a single thought, he could travel tens of thousands of kilometers. After a few leaps, Yang Kai saw Shadowed Star, and with a flicker, he appeared directly in High Heaven Sect. A stream of light flew out from a certain spirit peak. It was Su Yan, who had sensed Yang Kai's return, and under her lead, all the masters of High Heaven Sect had gathered. A short time later, all the elders had gathered. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, there is something I need to tell you." Saying so, she turned to look at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning against Yang Kai, with some surprise. The matter she wanted to report was the disappearance of Li Jiao's family of 3. "You don't need to say anything, I understand." Yang Kai handed the unconscious Lu Yuqin to Su Yan and said, "Look after her." For eyes met, and everything was understood without words. Su Yan gently nodded before carrying Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Inside the hall, Yang Kai took his seat while the others scattered to the left and right. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "All of you have worked hard these past few years. I have seen everyone's efforts, and although I did not participate, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts over the years." Yi Shiyun nodded, "Of course, but I wonder what Sect Master knows about the expanding black hole." Yang Kai said, "I only discovered it not long ago. Rest assured, I will deal with this matter myself." Hearing him say this, Yi Shiyun's heart relaxed, the worries she had held for several years finally disappearing. Although Yang Kai was often elusive, leaving everything to her to deal with, he was still very reliable when he was serious. "Husband, what is that black hole? Why is it eroding star field?" Shanqing Luo asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "It's the power of Great Desolate Star's territory." Great Desolate Star's territory again? The group of people suddenly showed looks of righteous indignation. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire territory of Great Desolate Star had entered a period of rest and recuperation. They had thought that they would be able to settle down for a while, but in less than 3 years, Great Desolate Star's territory had once again begun to stir up trouble, and this time it was even worse, actually beginning to erode star field, leaving them completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Yi Shiyun frowned and said, "Sect Master, how can the territory of Great Desolate Star erode our territory? Could it be that the level of Great Desolate Star's territory is higher?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not the case. There is not much difference between the territory of the 2 Great Desolate Stars, nor is there any difference in level. The reason this situation is occurring is because someone is secretly pushing it." "Someone? Who is it? Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, "The master of Great Desolate Star's territory." The guy who was secretly fighting with him was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he could push the territory of Great Desolate Star to swallow one another, there was only one possibility: this person was the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. Just like his identity at the moment. A series of gasps rang out, but soon everyone remembered that Yang Kai was also the master of Great Desolate Star's territory, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But if these 2 masters of Great Desolate Star's territory were to fight, who knew how much of an impact it would have on their respective territories? After all, if they fought, it would definitely not be a one-on-one battle, but rather a confrontation supported by the forces of their respective Great Desolate Star's territory. This was bound to set off stormy waves in both Great Desolate Star's territory. "Dare I ask, Sect Master, who is stronger and who is weaker?" Yi Shiyun asked the question everyone was concerned about. "He is not my opponent right now," Yang Kai said lightly. The place shrouded in darkness was his own territory, so even if it was being swallowed up, he still had a certain advantage, so it would not be difficult to drive him out. "Now?" Yi Shiyun keenly grasped the key point in Yang Kai's words, "What about later?" Yang Kai laughed, "Who can say what will happen in the future? We will do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will." Yi Shiyun wanted to ask something more, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and smiled meaningfully, "There's a little bug here." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, his movements neither too fast nor too slow. The void in front of him suddenly became chaotic as Yang Kai's big hand reached into the void, seemingly grabbing towards a distant place. When he retracted his hand, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in the hall. This old man had a look of surprise on his face and his body was trembling slightly, as if he could not stand steadily. The aura on his body was not strong, only an origin-returning realm master. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly grabbed this old man and brought him here. They did not even know where Yang Kai had brought him here. After becoming the master of this great desolate star's territory, Yang Kai's various means had become more and more incredible. The stooped old man looked around and was startled. The faces around him did not recognize him, but he recognized most of the people here. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes as he pretended to be calm and asked, where is this place? Chapter 3173. Above the hall, Yang Kai looked at the old man with a smile, while everyone else's expressions were also filled with surprise and doubt. The old man asked, "Greetings, master, who are you?" Acting dumb. This old man doesn't know what little brother is talking about. Yang Kai looked him up and down before grinning, seeing that the corpse chi on your body is quite thick, you should be proficient in corpse refining. Which netherworld sect are you? Netherworld sect. The faces of Yi Shiyun and the others changed as they glared at the old man. Although they could not see what was so special about this old man, since Yang Kai said so, he could not be wrong. All the cultivators in the entire star territory hated the name Netherworld sect. They thought that everything had been settled after sweeping through the world 3 years ago, but now, a fish had slipped through the net and appeared right under their noses. Little brother must be mistaken, this old man is not a Netherworld sect. What do you want to do on my shadowed star? What are you looking for? The old man shook his head and said, "This old man does not understand." Yang Kai raised his hand and a thick murderous intent enveloped the old man. In an instant, the old man's hunched figure suddenly straightened up and his aura erupted. Yi Shiyun and the others were dumbfounded as they realized that this old man in front of them was not an origin-returning realm master but a peak origin king. His aura was stronger than any other origin king they had ever encountered, as if he could break through the shackles of the origin king realm at any time. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this old man had used to conceal his cultivation so well that if it were not for Yang Kai's keen observation, no one present would have been able to see through it. However, the killing blow Yang Kai was expecting did not come and instead, he lowered his raised hand. The old man did not know that he was being toyed with and no longer pretended to be calm, simply coldly snorting, "You forced my hand." He had indeed been lurking on Shadowed Star looking for something and had not wanted to confront High Heaven sect so quickly, but the heavens had not allowed him to do so. Now that things had gotten to this point, he had no choice but to kill. As he spoke, he summoned a large banner in his hand. As the banner rolled, blood energy surged, and the entire hall was dyed a dark red. Inside the hall, everyone from High Heaven sect suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a rolling river of blood as the blood chi around them gave off a strong corrosive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe or even circulate their saint chi. Their expressions changed. They all knew about the Blood Sea banner. In the past few years of fighting with the cultivator of the Netherworld sect, every single one of them had experienced the might of the Blood Sea banner. However, they had never seen a Blood Sea banner as terrifying as this. It seemed that as long as this Blood Sea banner was summoned, even a third-order origin king cultivator would not be able to resist. There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today, this old man will turn all of you into. The old man was halfway through his words when he suddenly bit his tongue. This was because in the Blood Sea, a small figure was slowly walking in front of him, raising its head and looking up at him innocently. The figure did not give off the slightest ripple of energy, yet strangely, it was unaffected by his Blood Sea banner. The short figure suddenly became as lofty as a mountain, making him feel like he needed to look up for no apparent reason. How is this possible? The old man paled in shock. This artifact of his had long surpassed the limits of what could be reached in star territory. This old man is not talented, but I am the 345th sect master of Netherworld sect. What? He is the sect master of Netherworld sect? Inside the hall, there was an uproar as everyone stared at the old man angrily. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit behind the invasion of the Grand Desolation star field, but over the years, although they had killed many people from the Netherworld sect, including several vice sect masters and elders, they had never been able to find the Netherworld sect master. The elders and vice sect masters also didn't know where he was. They only heard that after coming to the Hangluo star field, the sect master left alone. As for where he went and what he did, no one knew. There was almost no news of this person in the information that he had gathered. Who would have thought that this old man had actually hidden on Shadowed Star until today when Yang Kai found him? This was probably a case of being too smart for his own good. He thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place, but little did he know that after Yang Kai became the master of Shadowed Star's territory, his perception of Shadowed Star had become even more acute. How could he not notice the existence of this old man who clearly carried the aura of Netherworld sect? If this old man had hidden on another star, Yang Kai would not have bothered to find him and might even have been able to hide for a while longer. Was that person the one who helped you improve that artifact of yours? Yang Kai asked the same question again. That person? I wonder who Master is referring to. The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It's that guy from your Great Desolate Star's territory. You've met that master? The old man was shocked. Yang Kai shook his head. No. After a pause, he continued, I secretly fought with him once. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this, instinctively feeling that this guy was boasting. No matter what cultivation this person in front of him had, how could he have survived a fight with that master? But suddenly remembering the various anomalies he felt a few days ago, the old man exclaimed, Are you already the master of this star's territory? Yes. No wonder, no wonder. The old man muttered to himself. No wonder he felt some anomalies in his star's territory a few days ago, and no wonder he could fight with that master. It turned out that he was already the master of this star's territory. Only by becoming the master of this star's territory would one have the qualifications to fight with the master of another star's territory. Yang Kai observed the old man's expression and suddenly thought of something. You've been hiding for many years and acting alone. Could it be that you're looking for my Hangluo star field star's source? The old man's expression changed, but since Yang Kai had already pointed it out, he no longer concealed it and nodded, I'm just following orders. Yang Kai coldly snorted, that guy really has a big appetite. Kacha, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky and dark clouds suddenly formed, like thick cotton quilts. Under the heavenly might, everyone felt extremely depressed. As the master of this star's territory, his every move, laughter, and anger could affect this part of the world. Seeing this, the old man no longer had any doubts and finally confirmed that this person was already the master of this star's territory. Yang Kai still sneered, he wants to swallow my Hangluo star field in one gulp. Now it seemed that the Netherworld sect was the culprit behind the invasion of the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star's territory. It was most likely that the Netherworld sect was also driven and used by someone else, and the shadow behind it was naturally the master of the Great Desolate Star's territory. Using the war between the cultivator in the territory of the two stars to create chaos in the Hangluo star field and affect the situation in the Hangluo star field. Only in this way could the star's territory source be revealed. At that time, as long as the old man found the source of the star's territory, the person on the other side of the darkness could devour and refine it. Once he succeeded in refining the source of the Hangluo star field, the territory of the two stars would really be integrated and there would be no distinction between them. At that time, that person would be the master of the territory of the two stars, and his strength would also rise with the tide. The method was not very clever, but it was extremely effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the star's territory, he was afraid that at this moment, he would have succeeded. At that time, the Hengluo star field would definitely become a vassal of the Great Desolate Star's territory. This old man doesn't know the purpose of that master. The Netherworld sect master lowered his eyebrows and eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled at him meaningfully, which made the Netherworld sect master's heart skip a beat. Forget it. Come with me. Yang Kai said this and stood up. With one hand holding the old man's collar, he took a few steps and was already in the star field. Master, please spare my life. The old man shouted, his face full of fear. Previously, when he faced that strange little girl, he had a feeling that he was no match for her, but he did not expect that after facing Yang Kai, he would understand that he could not even think of resisting. This was the power of the master of the star's territory. He did not think that Yang Kai's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he could control him so easily was all because of the recognition of the source of the star's territory. If he also had such an opportunity, why are you shouting? Yang Kai slapped the back of his head. Chapter 3174. After being slapped by Yang Kai, the Netherworld sect master immediately became obedient, and the scenery in his field of vision quickly passed by. Huge stars brushed past each other before being left behind and turned into specks of light. In a flash, the two had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the old man's figure came to a halt as he was dropped by Yang Kai. Quickly stabilizing his figure, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a huge black hole that was wriggling like the maw of a giant beast, gnawing at this world and trying to swallow it into its belly. That side is the territory of your great desolate star. Yang Kai pointed to the place where the darkness was the thickest. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you want to go back? The old man nodded repeatedly. Good, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me one thing. The old man asked cautiously, what is it? Tell that guy for me to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off. Scram. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar again and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and wanted to resist, but he couldn't even condense his Saint Chi, so he could only crash into the darkness and disappear in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced around before whistling softly. On the other side of the darkness, 3 figures stood at this moment. In addition to the sallow-faced man, there were 2 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. The auras of the 2 people were still intact. They had not suffered any torture or injury, but they did not have the intention to escape. In this world, no matter if it was Li Jiao or Lu Sanyang, they were unable to display their full strength, but the middle-aged man in front of them could. Pinching them was as easy as pinching a conch, and neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang had the slightest ability to resist. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Li Jiao looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Lu Yuqin had been thrown into the darkness right in front of him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuqin was dead or alive. Naturally, Li Jiao was furious, and hated that he had fallen from grace. If they were in the star boundary, he would have already fought a life-and-death battle with Lu Yuqin. Even if he wasn't Lu Yuqin's match, it would still be better than being so angry. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him and said indifferently, "Why are you so confident?" Li Jiao sneered, "Because you don't know who you have provoked." The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Li Jiao said, "If I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off long ago." "Are you pinning your hopes on that Yang Kai?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, secretly amused. He had never even heard of Yang Kai's name, so how strong could he be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler of a star territory, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He had only learned of Yang Kai's existence after chatting with Li Jiao for a while. It wasn't that Li Jiao was willing to betray Yang Kai, but Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were beside him, so he had to answer some questions. "Just you wait, you will regret it." Li Jiao sneered and didn't say anything else. No matter where this guy came from or what his cultivation was, as long as he wasn't one of the great emperors, he believed that Yang Kai could deal with him. After all, he had even broken through a place like Dragon Island, so what in this world would be difficult for him? "I hope he really is as you say, otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head to look into the darkness. A layer of ripples appeared in the darkness, and immediately after, a figure flew out from it. He was dancing with joy, and his face was filled with shock. The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the figure in his hand. The old man was still shouting, and the middle-aged man shouted, calming him down. Master." When the old man saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, and his eyes couldn't help but show the joy of surviving a disaster. The moment he was thrown into the darkness by Yang Kai, he thought he was dead for sure. Who knew that Yang Kai really kept his promise and let him live? Not only that, but he also sent him back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. "Why did you come from there?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man curiously and slowly let go of his hand. The old man hurriedly said, "This little old man endured humiliation and saved my life. I specially came back to inform the master." "Did that person let you come back?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked the truth. The Netherworld sect master looked embarrassed, but he could only nod and say, "Yes, he asked me to come and pass a message to the master." "What message?" "That arrogant brat said that sooner or later, he would ask the master to teach him a lesson." The old man chose his words carefully. Naturally, he didn't dare to convey Yang Kai's words. "That's all?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. Didn't that person care about the life and death of these two at all? "That's all," the Netherworld sect master bowed his head and said. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and raised his hand to grab the Netherworld sect master's head. This action startled the old man and he instinctively wanted to resist, but he knew that even if he resisted, it would be useless. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man's hand had already covered his head. His body suddenly stiffened, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped. "I'll see for myself," the middle-aged man said lightly. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His divine sense surged and poured directly into the old man's knowledge sea, prying into the old man's memories with astonishing methods. This method could easily cause indelible damage to the old man, but for the middle-aged man, he obviously didn't care too much about the life and death of the Netherworld sect master. Suddenly, the old man's knowledge sea tumbled violently, and a ray of light rushed out from the sea. This ray of light contained an aura that didn't belong to the old man. It turned into a sharp and unparalleled attack and slashed towards the middle-aged man's divine sense. Yang Kai had buried a killing move in the old man's knowledge sea at some point in time, waiting for the middle-aged man to walk into the trap. "Humph." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic. With a move of his divine sense, he met the attack with his pure spiritual energy. With a loud bang, the knowledge sea boiled. The two divine senses collided and immediately disappeared. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised because he found that the other party's attainments in spiritual energy were not inferior to his own. However, according to the information obtained from Li Jiao, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such a powerful divine sense? The two divine senses collided, but no one could do anything to the other. However, the Netherworld sect master was the one who suffered. The aftermath of the collision caused his sea of consciousness to become a mess. The world in his sea of consciousness was rapidly collapsing, and his aura was annihilated. Yang Kai didn't kill him and even let him go, but the Netherworld sect master was also killed in an instant. It was no longer realistic to want to investigate anything further. Just as the middle-aged man was about to withdraw from the collapsing knowledge sea, a great sense of crisis descended from the sky. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. A vortex suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him, and from that vortex, a young man grinned as he crossed the territory's world barrier and threw a punch at the middle-aged man. What amazing courage! The middle-aged man's face finally changed as he muttered in his heart. One had to know that this side of darkness was the territory of the great desolate star, his territory. Anyone who entered here would have to be restrained by him. Even if he wanted to seize the Hangluo star field, he would have to plan slowly and carefully step by step. Furthermore, he had to send people to find the source of the Hangluo star field. This Yang Kai actually came here directly? Isn't he afraid that I'll make him stay here forever? All kinds of thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind in an instant, and he was pleasantly surprised. If Yang Kai had hidden in the Hangluo star field and fought against him, he really wouldn't have had a good way to deal with him. Both of them were masters of star territory and controlled the power of their respective star territories. Whoever's territory had the advantage, and right now, this was his home field. Facing the incoming fist, a trace of pride flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He communicated with the source of the world barrier and also threw out a punch. Dragon transformation. A loud shout rang out. Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a half-dragon that was 20 feet tall. His fist also suddenly became the size of a small mountain. The middle-aged man was stunned, and before he had any time to react, the two fists collided. Looking around, the middle-aged man was not even as big as one of Yang Kai's fists. He inexplicably gave people the feeling of an ant trying to shake a tree. However, the auras of both sides were not inferior to each other, and they were both as majestic as giants. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai's huge fist caved in directly, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The sound continued up and passed along his arm to his shoulder. One of his arms instantly drooped down like a noodle. With just one punch, his arm was crippled. Even in dragon transformation, the middle-aged man's strength could be seen from this. However, although he was not having a good time, his opponent was not much better off. Originally, he thought that he had the home field advantage and could use the power of the star territory to support him. Crippling Yang Kai would be as easy as drinking water and eating, but the moment the two fists collided, the middle-aged man knew that he was completely wrong. A copious and irresistible force came from the front, and his entire body was sent flying like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown where he was smashed to in the star field. What's going on? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon, he understood how Yang Kai had done this. Logically speaking, in his own star territory, even if Yang Kai had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to him. However, that punch was obviously not an ordinary one, but one that contained the power of the opponent's star territory. This was the only way to explain why he had such powerful strength. Brother Yang. Li Jiao was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. Yang Kai used his other intact hand to grab Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, grabbing them in the palm of his hand, and then plunged into the darkness behind him without looking back. That kind of punch could only be used once, and it was impossible for a second punch. Yang Kai had also caught his opponent off guard. If he waited for that guy to stabilize himself, not to mention escaping with Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, he himself would not be able to leave this star territory. Chapter 3175. You want to leave? An enraged voice came from behind him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at this moment. Yang Kai's figure that was leaping into the darkness suddenly stopped, and he was fixed in place. He was only a few feet away from the darkness, and he was about to escape. Turning his head, he saw the middle-aged man that he had blasted away flickering and rapidly approaching him. It had always been him using the divine technique of space to imprison others, but he never thought that he would be the one being imprisoned. The middle-aged man did not grasp the divine technique of space, but as the master of this star territory, he could naturally mobilize thousands of laws and all kinds of powers. Fighting him in this star field was indeed very disadvantageous. After suffering a loss, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly, but his eyes were extremely excited, as if he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai once and for all. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity, and if he missed it, he would probably never be able to devour the Hangluo star field again. Let's go. Yang Kai threw Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang into the darkness, and his brute force and space laws were pushed to the limit. Kacha, tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, swimming around like fishes. His imprisoned body finally gained a bit of freedom. He clenched his uninjured fist, and in his palm, he secretly held something. He prayed that his guess was correct, or else he would be in deep trouble this time. Your Excellency is truly righteous, and your spirit soars to the heavens. However, such a method is simply stupid. The middle-aged man could not suppress the joy in his heart, and in a few steps, he rushed to Yang Kai. Although the power of Yang Kai's punch was not small, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. As the master of this star territory, standing in this star territory, he had countless methods to dissolve the power of that punch, so he only suffered a slight surge in his blood and qi. On the other hand, Yang Kai had one arm crippled, and another arm was sent over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, preparing to cripple that arm as well. When the two fists collided again, the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze. He turned into a meteor again and was blasted away. His eyes were blank and full of puzzlement. There was only one question in his heart. How could this be? How could this be? The fact that he couldn't withstand the first punch could be explained as him underestimating the enemy. Furthermore, the other party had just come over from his territory and could use a little of the territory's power there. However, it was impossible for the second punch to have such an effect. He had already sealed the space he was in and cut off the connection between him and the territory of that side of the star. No matter what, he could not use the power of the star territory again. However, from his fist, the middle-aged man clearly felt the power of an entire world crashing towards him. It was different from the first punch, but it was very similar. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed wildly. When the middle-aged man heard his laughter, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This feeling was akin to an adult fighting with a child and being thrown to the ground time and time again. It was extremely infuriating. Of course, Yang Kai was not a child, but in this star territory, there was no difference between him and a child. An even more infuriating voice sounded in the middle-aged man's mind, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you." After leaving these words behind, Yang Kai turned around and stepped into the darkness. When the middle-aged man pounced a second time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Yang Kai." There was no enmity between him and Yang Kai. It was just that there was some filth because of the invasion of Star Devourer's territory. However, when the middle-aged man came up with the plan to invade Star Devourer's territory, the Hangluo star field did not have a star territory master. What he wanted to devour was just an ownerless star territory. In the end, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. In other words, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. At this moment, he had been teased twice and was covered in dirt. Naturally, he was filled with anger. In his heart, he had already listed Yang Kai as an enemy. If there was a chance, he would definitely fight him to the death. In the Hengluo star field, Yang Kai's figure flashed out, and he had already returned to his human form. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang both stood in the void, anxiously looking into the darkness. When they saw him walk out, they were overjoyed and looked at him with concern. When they saw Yang Kai's arms drooping down, as soft as noodles, how could they not know that he had suffered a great loss? Brother Yang. Li Jiao's eyes were a little moist. After he was captured by the middle-aged man, he didn't expect Yang Kai to save him at all. This was because he knew that even if he had some weight in Yang Kai's heart, it was absolutely impossible for him to compare to an entire star's territory. Within this star's territory, there were his friends, family, and sect. How could he possibly give up this star's territory for him? Li Jiao had already prepared for the worst, but who knew that Yang Kai would be willing to take such a huge risk and break into the star's territory controlled by the other party to save him? Moreover, he had even succeeded. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would repay such great kindness with great kindness. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "My hand hurts a lot right now, and you're making my head hurt like this." Li Jiao's old face reddened. Yang Kai said again, "I was just making an attempt. If I can't save you this time, then it's your fate. Of course, I will avenge you." Li Jiao nodded, "This Li understands. In any case, I will be grateful." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Yu Qin is fine. She is now in High Heaven sect, you should go as well." "What about you?" Li Jiao asked with concern. Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here and observe the situation. I also need to tend to my wounds." After a pause, he asked, "Right, do you know the identity of that person?" Li Jiao replied, "That person called himself Wu Heng." "Another one surnamed Wu?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression becoming strange. There was no good person surnamed Wu. The greatest villain in the history of Star's territory was surnamed Wu. Li Jiao obviously knew what he was talking about and shook his head. This person shouldn't be related to that person, they just happen to have the same surname. It's best if they aren't related, Yang Kai nodded. If Wu Heng really had something to do with Wukong, then they would be in big trouble. Star's territory could not afford another heaven-devouring great emperor. The original great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor were still alive. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Kai sent Li Jiao and Li Jiao back to Shadowed Star without knowing the origins of this Wu Heng. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yang Kai pushed his strength to restore his arms. Both of his arms had been shattered. Although he had caused Wu Heng quite a bit of trouble just now, it was not without a price. Various kinds of world principles had flowed through his arms, wantonly destroying his physique and meridians. If it had been anyone else, their arms would likely have been completely crippled. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique was quite good and his restorative ability was extremely strong. Now that he had returned to his own territory, with the help of the surrounding power, he was able to easily draw out the many world principles from his body and disperse them into the void. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he even managed to replenish the energy of his star territory, although it was insignificant. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his arms slightly. The hidden danger had been removed, so all he needed to do was slowly restore himself. It shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Yang Kai took out some healing pills and swallowed them, further shortening the time it would take to restore himself. His right hand was tightly clenched, and he hadn't loosened his grip until now. Only now did he open his palm, and a pearl the size of a longan lay quietly in his palm. The sealed world bead. Yang Kai's first punch was able to send Wu Heng flying because of the element of surprise, and because he had just crossed over from his own territory. Standing at the junction of the two star territories, Yang Kai was able to slightly mobilize the power of his star territory. Yang Kai's second punch did not rely on the power of his star territory, but on the sealed world bead. If the star territory was a world, then the sealed world bead was also a world, just of different sizes. The sealed world bead, compared to the entire star territory, was simply the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. However, there was one thing in common, and that was that they were both supported by the power of the entire world. As the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai could naturally mobilize the power of this small world. In the past, he had mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to deal with enemies, but as a result, the small sealed world was ruined and its world principles collapsed. Later, he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to devour a lot of source strength to repair the sealed world bead and upgrade it to the next level. This time, he used the same trick as a last resort. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. Without the sealed world bead, even if his second punch could destroy mountains and overturn seas, it would not have been able to force Wu Heng to retreat half a step. God bless me. God bless me. Yang Kai held the sealed world bead with both hands and muttered a few words. Then, with a resolute look on his face, he immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead and investigated it. The corners of his eyes twitched as his expression changed. After a long while, a miserable howl resounded throughout Star Field. As he expected, the small sealed world was in a mess again. The world that had been repaired in the 5-colored treasure pagoda had collapsed again. World principles were in chaos, mountains and rivers were upside down, rivers flowed in reverse, and void cracks spread across the small sealed world like scars. At first glance, this world was simply ruined, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. This time, in order to save Li Jiao, he had spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he was saved. Fortunately, there was no damage near the medicine garden. The medicine garden was the most important part of the small sealed world. On one hand, it was because he had deliberately protected it, and on the other hand, it was because the immortal tree and the firmament tree were planted in the medicine garden. Whether it was the immortal tree or the firmament tree, they were the only ones in the world. Their existence could not be destroyed, so the place they were planted in was naturally extremely sturdy. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the small sealed world and returned to normal. Although the small sealed world was seriously damaged, it was not destroyed, so there was always a chance to repair it. In the future, Yang Kai would have to see if there was a chance to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda again. However, thinking of the scene when he left Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai dismissed this idea. The last time he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had caused a lot of trouble for Star Soul Palace. It was likely that the great emperor's Mingyu would not allow him to enter again. Putting away the sealed world bead, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the darkness ahead. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the problem in front of him. Chapter 3176. When the Hengluo star field had no owner, the robber Wu Heng had barged in and plundered wantonly, and no one had been able to stop him. Now that Yang Kai had become the owner of the territory, how could he allow him to be unbridled and rampant in his own territory? Just as he was no match for Wu Heng in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng was no match for him here. Using his divine sense to communicate with the star chart in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai faced the vast darkness, took a deep breath, spread out his arms, and pushed them forward, assuming the posture of an immeasurable sea. The rolling darkness rolled back like the receding tide, retreating thousands of miles in an instant, and it was still shrinking. Where the darkness passed, the original star field reappeared. As the saying went, spit out what you ate. Yang Kai was not just joking, he was really going to put it into action. The retreating darkness suddenly slowed down, as if there was a force blocking the end of the darkness. "You're still being stubborn with me." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. He did not know that Wu Heng could not take this lying down and was secretly fighting with him. He wanted to force back the darkness that was devouring the Heng Luo star field, while Wu Heng was exerting force on the other side to hinder his actions. However, this was meaningless. Even though the speed had slowed down a lot, Yang Kai continued to do so, and the darkness was still retreating. 3 years ago, the darkness here had erupted, and the devouring had begun. Wu Heng had spent 3 years and devoured more than 100 million miles of the star field. However, compared to such a long time, the devouring speed was not too fast. Now, the speed of recovery was much faster. The darkness retreated, compressing bit by bit toward the center. The black hole that shrouded the vast space of the territory gradually disappeared, and the void was rebuilt. In less than a month, all of the darkness had been driven away, leaving only the first void corridor behind. The mission of Li Jiao's family of 3 was to guard the front of the void corridor and prevent rescue and escape in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Wu Heng had been secretly fighting each other for a month. However, there was no suspense in the final result. Yang Kai emerged victorious. Staring at the dark entrance to the corridor, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. The appearance of this passageway was mainly due to the fact that he had taken away the source of the Heng Luo star field when he went to the astral boundary. The source was not in the territory of the astral boundary, and the boundary wall of the territory of the astral boundary was weak. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was Wu Heng's intention, but the weak point turned into a passageway between the 2 astral boundaries. Presently, he'd already brought the quintessence back and successfully refined it to become the master of the territory of the stars, so he naturally possessed the ability to repair this passageway. With his current abilities, it would not take much effort to do such a thing. He only needed to spend some effort. However, once the tunnel was completely repaired, it meant that the connection between the territory of the 2 planets would be completely severed. How could Yang Kai make such a choice before taking his revenge? That was why he left the tunnel there. Not only did he not repair it, but he also came up with a devious idea. Since he wanted revenge, the best way was naturally to give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Wu Heng wanted to annex his Heng Luo star field, then Yang Kai would take over his Great Desolate Star territory and let him have a taste of his own medicine. But before that, Yang Kai had to come up with a good plan. Otherwise, with Wu Heng in charge, his plan would not succeed. There was silence in the tunnel. Although Yang Kai could not see anything, he knew that Wu Heng must be looking at him from the other side of the tunnel. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and began to draw something in the void. Light flowed, and in an instant, a complicated pattern appeared in the void in front of him. This pattern was the pattern of the territory crossing space array. With the void as the foundation and the power of the stars as the material, Yang Kai arranged a space array with a wave of his hand, demonstrating the great power of the master of the astral territory. On the distant shadowed star, in the high heaven sect, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged, absorbing world energy. Suddenly, a light lit up behind him and an identical array appeared. The embodiment sensed something and looked back, got up, and stepped into the array. In an instant, it crossed millions of kilometers of territory and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and everything was understood in silence. The embodiment silently walked up to Yang Kai, raised a hand, and pressed it on his head. A vast sea of information poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. To some extent, the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai's body, but because the embodiment was transformed from the stone mongoose and formed by Yang Kai's soul clone, it had developed some of its own thoughts over the years. It could communicate with Yang Kai and express different opinions, but when it was necessary, it didn't need to speak at all as Yang Kai could understand its thoughts and apply his own thoughts to it. The information that the embodiment was transmitting to Yang Kai was none other than the most powerful and evil secret art in the world, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was created by Wukong, and it was a secret art that devoured everything in the world. Wukong used this secret art to devour countless stars and territory, becoming the strongest person in the world. In order to kill him, several great emperors fell, but tens of thousands of years later, they were still reincarnated by Wukong. If those fallen great emperors knew about this, it was unknown whether they would be so angry that they would come back to life. However, although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was powerful, Yang Kai did not practice it when he got it, because he always felt that this secret art had some drawbacks. After the embodiment practiced it, he confirmed that this secret art did have drawbacks. It could devour and refine everything in the world. It sounded powerful, but if there was no corresponding way to resolve it, it would only end in tragedy. This was because when devouring and refining everything in the world, it would inevitably devour all kinds of energy and impurities of different attributes. Due to the different attributes of these energies, there would inevitably be some restraints. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably cause great harm to the practitioner. It might even cause the practitioner's cultivation to regress and become the demon race. Wukong had a way to resolve it, so he could use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to dominate the world. Yang Kai knew that he did not have this ability, but the embodiment did. The stone mongoose race had a unique physique. They could devour metals and stones, so the difference of attributes was nothing to them. They could directly refine things in their bodies. Everything returned to one. Strictly speaking, there was no race in the world that was more suitable for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique than the stone mongoose. This was probably something that even Wukong did not expect. The embodiment had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for many years and had never encountered any problems. He had even devoured the origin of stone fire. In terms of understanding and comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the embodiment was the only one in the world other than Wukong. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Yang Kai slowly digested it, and suddenly found that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had imagined. If Wukong was not evil, he would be a rare genius. Half a day later, the embodiment stopped and looked at the black hole not far away. He stood aside to guard Yang Kai in case of any accidents. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The more he comprehended, the more desperate he was to practice this secret art. This secret art was incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan had been practicing it for so many years, but he still had not reached the Emperor realm. However, he had been wandering for many years and had a good temperament, so he was able to curb this greed. After a full month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. He stood up, stretched his body. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. He shook his hands and found that they were as good as new. 1 month was enough for him to fully recover. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Time for revenge. He communicated with the star map and urged the power of the star field to rush into the tunnel. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring battle law to test his strength. Knowing the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, Yang Kai naturally would not practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to stimulate this powerful secret art, which was equivalent to letting the Hongluo star field operate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. No matter how much energy of different attributes was devoured, he did not need to digest it himself. The star territory naturally had the ability to do so. This was a heaven-defying technique that only the master of a star region could use. At the other end of the void corridor, Wu Heng's face was gloomy. After waiting for a month, he was bored to death. He originally wanted to use the method of invading the star territory to cultivate, but who would have thought that it would be ruined at the last moment and that someone would break into his house and punch him. He instinctively felt that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, and was afraid that he would cause trouble again. Who would have thought that this month would be peaceful and nothing would happen? He thought that it seemed that Yang Kai also knew that he could not do anything to him, so he would probably give up. The void corridor was there, but he did not repair it. Because if he did, it would seem that he was afraid of Yang Kai. How could he be willing to lose face? In fact, for him, it would be best if this matter was left unsettled. Invading the star territory was not a trivial matter, and he only had this idea because he noticed that there was no master in that star territory. If Hangluo Star Field already had a master, he would not have done this. Wu Heng was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing, but Yang Kai was not willing to do so. The kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the enmity of a grievance must be avenged. What's more, because of the invasion of the great desolate star territory, countless people in Hangluo Star Field were separated from their families, and even Tongxian realm was almost destroyed. His little senior sister had almost died. If he did not vent this anger, what was the use of Yang Kai's cultivation? Suddenly, there was an abnormal movement in the void corridor. Wu Heng raised his head and looked in that direction. His face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless thing." He felt that being willing to turn big problems into small ones was already the biggest concession he could make, but who knew that Yang Kai would not give up and instead wanted to invade his star territory. Wu Heng made up his mind to make Yang Kai suffer a big loss, otherwise, the other party would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Darkness spread out from the void corridor like a tide, like thick ink, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness, revealing a chaotic black hole. Wu Heng ignored it and kept retreating, because it was not yet time to act. If he acted now, he would certainly be able to suppress the darkness, but he would definitely be caught in an endless tug-of-war with Yang Kai. He had to wait for a good opportunity to finish things once and for all. Chapter 3177. Wu Heng had no intention of stopping it, but the devouring speed of the darkness was not as fast as he had imagined. Seeing this, Wu Heng sneered. Although they were both lords of the star territory, there was a difference in time, so naturally there was a difference in status. Yang Kai had just become the lord of the star territory, so he probably could not take advantage of this identity, which was why the devouring process was so slow. He stepped back bit by bit, watching coldly, waiting for the moment to close the door and beat the dog. In the Hangluo Star Field, Yang Kai's eyes were closed. At this moment, he was in a strange state. His divine thoughts were erratic, as if he had become the incarnation of the star territory and was gnawing on something with his mouth wide open. Near the void corridor, there was obviously an additional star field that did not belong to the Hangluo Star Field. In that star field, not only were there meteorites of various sizes floating, but also some slightly different worldly laws were swimming and breeding, which had some subtle conflicts with the original star field. Although the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hangluo Star Field were both star territory, and the worldly laws were generally similar, there were always some differences, just like the differences in the worldly laws of cultivation stars that were born in the same star territory. These differences were not obvious, but the more profound one's strength was, the more one would be able to feel them. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was operating, using the Great Desolate Star Territory as the foundation and the star field as the stomach to digest the space that had been devoured. Yang Kai felt even more wonderful. Although he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it was his will that dominated everything. Therefore, when the star territory was digesting the space that had been devoured, he could clearly perceive all the details in it. In the star field that originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, the worldly laws collapsed and dissolved, gradually being assimilated by the worldly laws of the Hangluo star field. The two sides merged and slowly became indistinguishable. There was no obstruction. Where was that bastard Wu Heng? Logically speaking, the devouring shouldn't have gone so smoothly. Wu Heng should have taken precautions, but Yang Kai didn't sense any obstruction. This made him feel a little strange. Although it was strange, his movements were not slow at all. While urging the power of his territory to transform into darkness to devour the star field of another territory, he also used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to digest it. After an unknown period of time, an enormous resistance suddenly came from the other side of the darkness, and the space he had invaded was quickly pulled back. Not only that, there was even an extremely terrifying force that passed through the dense darkness, wanting to devour his mind. Had he finally made his move? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment, so he didn't panic at all. He didn't even put up any defenses, allowing the power to travel through the darkness and attack him. On the other side of the darkness, Wu Heng sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. If Yang Kai was willing to settle the matter peacefully, it would have been fine, but he actually wanted to devour his territory. If Wu Heng didn't teach him a lesson, how could he swallow this anger? The more the darkness spread, the greater the scope of the devouring. Correspondingly, Yang Kai had to spend more energy. When he was sure that Yang Kai couldn't withdraw immediately, he brazenly attacked, borrowing the power of his territory to give Yang Kai a heavy blow. In this way, the darkness in the territory of the Hangluo star field receded like a tide, revealing the star field that had been devoured before. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for everything to return to normal. Suddenly, the smile on Wu Heng's face froze, as if he had noticed something, and his eyes widened. The power he had unleashed through the darkness had encountered an invisible barrier and was unable to advance any further, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to cause any harm to the other party. The place where this barrier existed was actually the position of his own starry sky. How could this be? How could he set up such a strong barrier in his star field? Wu Heng's heart sank, and a feeling of uneasiness grew in his heart. At the same time, the darkness had receded to the end. No matter how hard Wu Heng tried, he couldn't make the darkness move any further. When he looked up, his mouth suddenly opened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He saw that in the star field, a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles was imprinted in his eyes. In the black hole, there was nothingness and chaos, as if heaven and earth had not been created, which gave people a great feeling of horror. The center of the black hole was originally the location of the void corridor, but how could the original void corridor be so big? At this time, it had expanded more than 100 times. What was going on? His territory had been refined by him? Only this explanation could explain why the void corridor had expanded into a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles. The star field in the black hole no longer belonged to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The refined star field was missing, so such a big black hole was formed. How did he do it? Wu Heng even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. It should be known that although he had taken over a large area of the star field of Hangluo star field in the past 3 years, that was only taking over. He couldn't refine it at all. If not, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take it back so easily. Taking over and refining were two different concepts. It was like eating. Eating a bowl of rice and digesting a bowl of rice were different. The food that was eaten would be spat out. Only the food that was digested truly belonged to oneself. His 3 years of hard work had only been for eating, while Yang Kai had really digested the starry sky within 100 kilometers. In his original plan, there was a step of digesting, but that had to wait until he had completely taken over the Hangluo star field and refined the origin power of Hangluo star field before he could start digesting. This process could take hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. But for the improvement of power, this kind of time investment was worth it. Digesting the territory of a star was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Before this, he had no doubts. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he felt that his common sense had been greatly impacted. From the time Yang Kai started to take over the territory of the star to the time he stopped him, it had only been 1 day. In just 1 day, he had digested the space within 100 miles of him. He didn't think that Yang Kai had this ability. Could it be that the Hung Luo star field was of a higher level than the territory of the Great Desolate Star? Otherwise, how could such a bizarre thing happen? Oh no! As his thoughts changed, Wu Heng's expression changed. He immediately communicated with the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory and suppressed the black hole. He had to eliminate the black hole as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, he would lose more than just the territory within 100 miles. It was very likely that he would lose 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, or even 100 million miles. He regretted that he didn't repair the void corridor and gave Yang Kai a chance to fight back. At that time, if he hadn't repaired the void corridor in a moment of anger and cut off the connection between the two-star territory, the following things wouldn't have happened. It was useless to regret now. He could only make up for it and pray that it was not too late. In the sea of consciousness, the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory emitted a dazzling light. Obviously, it had been activated to the limit by Wu Heng. The squeezing force came from all directions and wrapped around the black hole. But it couldn't go any further at the edge of the black hole. As soon as it came into contact with the black hole, even the ubiquitous origin power showed signs of being swallowed and digested. After trying for a while, Wu Heng's face turned green and red. He stared at the black hole and resentment was brewing in his chest. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his aura was dangerous. Yang Kai! He roared to the sky, full of unwillingness. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he was completely at a disadvantage in the fight with Yang Kai at this moment. It was because the black hole no longer belonged to him. The star field that should have existed in the black hole had become Yang Kai's territory. No matter how he communicated with the origin power of the star territory, he couldn't repair the black hole. The existence of the black hole couldn't cut off the connection between the two-star territory. Unless Yang Kai took the initiative to retreat. Yang Kai obviously wouldn't retreat. At this moment, he was experiencing a great joy spreading in his heart. He couldn't wait to devour the whole territory of the Great Desolate Star. How could he care about Wu Heng's feelings? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method was worthy of being the most powerful cultivation method since ancient times. The essence of it could be summed up in one word, that was plunder. No matter whether you were willing or not, as long as you had something useful, you would plunder it. As an individual, practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Kai was using the whole territory of the star as a carrier to perform the fighting method. He was completely convinced that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to devour the whole territory of the Great Desolate Star. In the beginning, everything didn't progress too fast. But as time went by, Yang Kai became more and more familiar with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method. The speed of devouring and digesting suddenly sped up a lot. In less than a month, in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, the black hole with a radius of only 100 miles suddenly expanded to tens of thousands of miles. The dark hole lay across the star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star. At first glance, it looked extremely deep and terrifying. The black hole was still expanding without any sign of stopping, and its speed was also increasing imperceptibly. Wu Heng's face was as pale as if his parents had died. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was damaged, and the most direct change that was fed back to him was a black spot in the territory of the Sea of Consciousness. Compared to the whole star, this black spot was not too big, but it was like a drop of ink on a delicate picture scroll, destroying the harmony and beauty of the whole. What was more frustrating was that this drop of ink was still expanding in all directions. Sooner or later, the whole picture scroll would be dyed black. At that time, the territory of the Great Desolate Star would be changed to Yang Kai. It wasn't that he didn't resist. In the past month, he had been constantly contending with Yang Kai, but he couldn't stop him from devouring. How could a master of the territory of the stars, who had just refined the origin of the stars, have such amazing means? If he had such means, he would have turned the Hengluo star field into his back garden. Only now did Wu Heng realize that the situation was not good. If this matter was not handled well, not only would his cultivation improve, but he would also suffer a double loss. Chapter 3178. The process of devouring not only made Yang Kai happy, but also the whole Hengluo star field. The world had its own will, so it could naturally feel that Yang Kai's actions could bring it benefits. As time passed, the speed of the devouring became faster and faster. Even though Wu Heng tried his best to stop it, it was useless. He could only watch his territory disappear, and his heart was filled with grief. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly had another idea. While maintaining the devouring of the star territory, he considered the feasibility of this idea. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. He couldn't help but give himself 100 likes. He opened his eyes and looked at the Dharmakaya. When he was refining and devouring, the Dharmakaya had been guarding beside him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, the Dharmakaya immediately understood what he was thinking. He nodded slightly, raised his hand, and opened his palm to Yang Kai. Yang Kai activated the origin of the star territory and forced it out of his sense of perception. The bright star, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in his palm, blooming with dazzling light. The Dharmakaya took it, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged in the star field. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded at Yang Kai, indicating that everything was going well. At this moment, the Dharmakaya had temporarily replaced Yang Kai as the master of the Hengluo star field. Only the Dharmakaya could be accepted by the origin of the star territory so easily. If it were others, they would not be able to do it at all. They were afraid that the moment they swallowed the star, they would be devoured and killed. After all, strictly speaking, the Dharmakaya's mind was transformed by Yang Kai's avatar. The two came from the same source and had the same breath. Naturally, the origin of the star territory would not be rejected too much. In addition, during this period of devouring and refining, the origin of the star territory had also tasted the benefits. It was even more reasonable for the Dharmakaya to temporarily become the master of the star territory. On the other hand, as the Dharmakaya had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique for many years, his understanding and application of the technique was far superior to Yang Kai's. Needless to say, the efficiency of using the Dharmakaya to devour and refine the star's origin was much better than that of Yang Kai. With his hands empty, Yang Kai turned his head and looked into the darkness. He grinned and said, "Wu Heng, I'm coming." Although Yang Kai had vented his anger by devouring and refining the territory of the Great Desolate Star, it did not cause much harm to him. He might have to wait until he had completely refined the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star before he could hurt him. Yang Kai didn't have that much time to waste on him. If he said he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him, then he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him. This kind of confrontation across the realm wall, even if he had the upper hand, couldn't let him experience the feeling of satisfaction. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yang Kai was going to rush into that dragon's pool and tiger's den again. But this time was different from last time. Last time, in order to save Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, Yang Kai immediately retreated. This time, he was going to turn the territory of the Great Desolate Star upside down. Of course, another reason was that Yang Kai had to find a way to repair the small sealed world. As the saying goes, wool comes from a sheep's back. The small sealed world was damaged because of Wu Heng, so naturally, he had to find a way to repair it. There was definitely no shortage of materials to repair the small sealed world in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai plunged into the darkness without hesitation. In the star field of the Great Desolate Star territory, the black hole had spread over 1,000,000 kilometers, and even the nearby dead stars had been swallowed up, disappearing without a trace. Wu Heng kept retreating, doing his best to resist the black hole, but all he could do was slow down the speed at which he was being devoured. Just now, there was a moment when the devouring suddenly stopped, but before he could rejoice, the devouring began again, and this time, it was even faster than before. Naturally, he did not know the identity change between Yang Kai and the embodiment. Now that the embodiment was using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the terrifying power of this secret art had suddenly risen to a whole new level. While he was in shock, a figure suddenly flashed out of the huge black hole. Looking over, Wu Heng's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard, you still dare to come here?" Who else could this person be but Yang Kai? Wu Heng did not expect this guy to actually dare to come here. Did he not know how to write the word death? But soon, he remembered another thing. If Yang Kai was here, why was the speed of the other side's devouring becoming faster? Logically speaking, if the Star Territory Master was not in the territory, it was absolutely impossible for the Star Territory to devour, but in fact, Yang Kai had clearly crossed over and appeared in front of him. Was he not the Star Territory Master? Had he been mistaken all this time? No. The last time he fought with him, he did use the power of the Star Territory, otherwise, it was impossible for him to blow him away with one punch. When enemies met, their eyes turned red, but there was no time to think too much. Wu Heng shouted ferociously, "Since you're here, die here." He had suffered 2 losses at Yang Kai's hands before, so how could he dare to take it lightly this time? As soon as he made a move, he grabbed at Yang Kai with his big hand and suddenly clenched it. Yang Kai's whole body was immediately imprisoned, his bones cracking, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Yang Kai had angered others in their territory, so he would not have a good ending, but he did not panic and just grinned at Wu Heng. That smile was full of evil intentions, which made Wu Heng's heart skip a beat, feeling that he was going to play some tricks again. In the next moment, his face changed drastically. Because the moment he was distracted to deal with Yang Kai, he had reduced the power he had to deal with the Star Territory Master, resulting in the Star Territory Master's defeat. Although he was not Yang Kai's opponent before, at least with him presiding over the situation, he could slow down the speed at which he was being swallowed. While he was distracted, the Star Territory Master's devouring became unscrupulous, suddenly expanding to thousands of kilometers. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring before was like a tortoise crawling. In order to suppress the Star Territory Master's devouring to the greatest extent, he was not too far away from the black hole. Boundless darkness crept over, almost swallowing him as well. Wu Heng was startled and hurriedly retreated, opening a distance of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly communicated with the Star Territory Master's Star Territory Master and suppressed the darkness. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring slowed down, but Yang Kai took the opportunity to escape. He did not run away, just standing there with his arms crossed, looking at Wu Heng with a calm expression. "Is it fun? You're courting death." The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged, his killing intent surging. Yang Kai chuckled, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, "Then please hurry up and kill me." The corners of Wu Heng's eyes twitched fiercely. He had seen Yang Kai's methods and knew that he seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. Not to mention the consequences of killing such a person, even he did not have the confidence to kill Yang Kai in a short time. The strength of his grip just now was extraordinary, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. It was clear that Yang Kai's ability to resist pressure was far beyond his imagination. And if he could not kill Yang Kai in a short time, while he was distracted, the speed of the Star Territory Master's territory devouring would definitely increase. Not only would it bring danger to the Star Territory, but it would also bring irreparable damage to Wu Heng. Resentment was like a mountain pressing down on Wu Heng's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had never thought that he would suffer such a big loss in this Star Territory. What was the background of this Yang Kai? Why had he never heard of his name? If he was a rising star, his strength was too amazing. It seems that you're just talking. Kai Yang didn't seem to feel Wu Heng's murderous intent as he continued to pour oil on the fire. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he was completely enraged. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Even Wu Heng couldn't help but admire his courage. But I'm not just talking. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, coldly looking at Wu Heng, and said unhurriedly, "Wait here, I will come back to kill you." As he spoke, he used his fingers like a knife and cut his neck. After saying this, he turned around and left. "Wait!" Wu Heng shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the space around Yang Kai turned into a cage, imprisoning his freedom. But while he was distracted, the expansion of the black hole began to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to his side, making him a little flustered and tired of dealing with it. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him sideways. "If you have something to say, say it." Wu Heng was furious. When had anyone dared to be so disrespectful to him? Since he became the master of this Star Territory, he had a feeling that he was in control of heaven and earth. Those who dared to be disrespectful to him were all dead. Of course, he also wanted Yang Kai to die. He might have the ability to do so in this Star Territory, but the price he had to pay was so great that even he could not bear it. Desperado. These words popped up in Wu Heng's mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive." Previously, this king wanted to devour the Hengluo star field only because I noticed that it was ownerless. Now that your excellency has become the master of this Star Territory, this king will not do it again. Let's stop and make peace. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, it will only make the billions of creatures in the territory of this Star Territory suffer. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. "Are you begging for mercy?" Wu Heng said in a deep voice, "This king is just proposing a solution to the problem." Begging for mercy? What a joke. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. He just didn't want to make a strong enemy. Just a suggestion. Yang Kai showed a disappointed expression and shook his head. No. What's wrong with it? Stopping and making peace is good for both of us, Wu Heng asked patiently. Yang Kai said, "You drove the people in the territory of the Great Desolate Star to run amok in my Star Territory. Countless people under this young master's command have been killed and injured. If I stop now, won't I suffer a great loss?" Wu Heng disagreed in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded and said, "It makes sense. If you think it's inappropriate, this king can make up for it." "What kind of compensation?" Wu Heng said, "The star field that has been devoured belongs to you." Yang Kai laughed, "It was originally mine. Can you take it back?" The star field that had been digested by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had long been integrated with the Hengluo star field. No matter how powerful Wu Heng was, he could forget about separating it. "Then what do you want?" Wu Heng asked in a deep voice. "You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.